Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Residents of Transmara South and Narok County are calling on the government to lift last month's dusk to dawn curfew. They say the curfew now risks hurting their livelihoods, even though the area has returned to calm. Ethnic clashes between communities in the area have left several people dead and property destroyed over several months.
Tumeomba kwa sababu ya curfew iweze kuondolewa, na ninaona amani itadumu kwa sababu hawa watu tuseme wa Masai na wa Kipsigis ni watu ambao wamechangamana kwa sehemu kubwa.
Amani ndio nguzo kwa sababu hapo ndio tunapata watoto waende shule, biashara iweze kurudi normal, na tuweze kupata kwamba wakulima waanze kufanya kazi yao.
Curfew imekuwa nzuri, at least tumeachieve objective, about 80% of our objective.
The Nairobi City County Government has launched a special anti-vandalism unit to protect public infrastructure across the city. The unit will target areas prone to damage and work with police and other teams to keep facilities safe and well maintained. Mobility and Works CEC Ibrahim Auma said on Wednesday that the move is part of a bigger plan to protect public projects and prevent disruptions to services for residents. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has warned police officers against abusing their power, saying the government will act against any human rights violations. He noted that police brutality has raised concern, starting in Nairobi and spreading to other regions. Murkomen added that the National Police Service is working with top leaders to improve oversight and make sure officers follow the rules.
Just generally to assure the people of Kenya that we want to have a professional security sector in the country that can be able to deliver to the people of Kenya, devoid of corruption, and also respecting human rights and the Constitution. There have been various concerns about police brutality in the recent past, from Nandi to Nyeri to other parts of the country, and I must say that the National Police Service is addressing that matter. We have had engagement with the Inspector General of Police and the DIGs to make sure that the respective commanders are properly briefed.
President Donald Trump said the U.S. needs ownership of Greenland to defend it from countries like China and Russia. In his address at the World Economic Forum in Davos, he said he won't use force to acquire the autonomous Danish territory. Just days before the forum began, Trump on social media threatened to tariff goods from 8 European nations and NATO members until they support a U.S. deal to purchase Greenland.
It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. This would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
What a morning, what a great day it is. It is Thursday, the 22nd day of January. It is also the 22nd day of our year, that is 2026. I'm great, I'm doing fantastically well. Lakini nahurumia ndugu yangu hapa ambaye anajulikana kama City Muga. City Muga akona sijui ni yaite mafua, sijui ni homa. For the first time in this year, I have, not even this year, since I started working with City, nimeona City akiumia. City, are you okay? Yeah. Are you okay? Oh my goodness. Should I ask boss to let you go home for a couple of days and then you come back feeling better? Yeah? Me na kurumia, my brother.
Let me just continue coughing in the ears of our listeners.
Yeah.
I will be better.
I had a cold last week, I think it was.
Of course you did.
And or was it the week before? But the point is, I don't think mine was as bad as yours.
You know something?
Yeah.
These cold things,
yeah,
aren't as bad as people assume. It's just the intermittent coughing that sometimes a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah.
But if you noticed, when I came here on Monday, my voice was trailing.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, na that.
Na jana pia ulikuwa unakohoa sana mpaka nikakurumia nikasema wa huyu jamaa atamaliza.
Kumaliza unamaliza tu. I just have to modulate the way I speak.
Yes.
I can't afford too much drama in my voice because I will certainly irritate something and I will cough.
And then it will, yes.
So
do you need me to order anything for you?
I think I should take advantage of this situation.
Yeah, a shot of double. Would you like some honey maybe?
Honey iko kwa hii something.
Already, hii kitu umebeba iko na honey,
iko na honey na ina soothe.
Okay.
Honey
so for now uko sawa.
Actually, I'm okay.
Kwa sasa utaji chochote.
Believe me, I'm actually feeling much better today.
Because there's a guy I would have called in Kitui. He's called Zenzi Wakasionzio. He could have helped you with this cold.
This is Zenzi Wakasionzio.
Zenzi Wakasionzio.
He never gets a cold.
No, he never gets a cold. And there's something in does to ensure that ukiwa hapa utakuwa tu sawa sawa. Au maita kusumbua sana vile. Na anakuanga na skills zingine. Ukiwa na shinda nyumbani anasaidia, mtu aliyepotea ukiwa na kichaa anasaidia hiyo kichaa inapotea.
Bro, there's only one thing you've left out of that list.
Nguvu za kiume. Pia hizo anakuanga na nini? Nilikuwa nataka kuiweka kama the last one because wewe ukai nikao uko na hizo shinda. Lakini kama kuna mtu anatusikiza na ako na hizo shinda tuambie ndio tuone kama Senzi Wakasionzio atasaidia yeye.
Reminds me of a time we were going to Mount Kenya.
Yes.
And we made a stopover in Karatina.
Right.
It was a van full of people.
Okay. And
there was somebody selling something they considered herbs. Okay. Some green looking stuff.
Yes.
And she said, hii aloe vera mzuri sana kwanza imesagwa. She came straight to me. So mzee itakusaidia sana. I said, na haiwezi kusaidia watu wote. She was forthright.
Yeah.
Told me, vile naona umri yako mzee.
Wewe ndio unahitaji kualiko.
Kitu kwanza kwa wazee kama wewe ni mzuri sana.
Yeah.
I started laughing. I was thinking,
yeah,
this chick has determined in this entire van,
right,
they're around 15, 16, where there are more people than that. I'm the one who needs this. And then she took something else, just in case I didn't understand. It's called stinging nettle. So this stinging nettle,
yes,
apparently was also able to help with that same direction and with this problem she had diagnosed I had. So I told her, is it possible for me to give you 200 shillings?
Yes.
And then you go away.
You just leave me alone.
Yes, no, I did not be. Just, I ended 200. Yeah. She said, kwanza, ilitoka mzuri sana.
Yeah.
I smiled. And I gave her the 200 shillings.
And she vamoosed.
My colleagues. People were laughing to the point of almost collapsing on the floor.
Wanakuja wanasema City umepata hiyo kitu nguvu za kiume zitarudi Crazy times we live in. Crazy times we indeed live in. All right, it's now 9 minutes past 6 o'clock, and kama kawaida, we like telling you what is significant about this particular day, so we can see if indeed history repeats itself, or have we learned anything from history. So like I said, today being 22nd January, acha tuone nini cha maana kilifanyika duniani. In 1863, Abraham Lincoln signs the Emancipation Proclamation. in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Declaration. What does that mean? That indeed, I think, was it about blacks? The slaves had been freed. I think it is.
About the emancipation of slaves.
Yes, it was the emancipation of slaves. So that means that they abolished slavery.
Is that there was a guy who was called William Wilberforce? Is he mentioned?
No, these are just bullet points that have been mentioned. But something else that is of significance as well. In 1901, Edward VII is proclaimed King of the United Kingdom after the death of his mother, Queen Victoria, marking the end of the Victorian era. In 1905, Bloody Sunday occurred in St. Petersburg, beginning the 1905 revolution. Again, in 1905, Bloody Sunday, as they like to call it, occurs in St. Petersburg, beginning the 1905 revolution. And in 1906, literally a year after that, SS Valencia runs aground on rocks on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, killing more than 130 people. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that must have been one hell of a sad day.
It's in 1905, German colonialists were in Namibia and began a history of atrocities that are still being felt today.
Yeah.
Two communities who resisted German rule, the Herero and the Hamas.
Yes.
They were virtually extinguished. They were killed to the point of almost ceasing to exist. The federal government offered reparation to the tune of 1.3 billion euros to be paid over a 30-year period.
1 point what?
3 billion euros.
1.3 billion.
But in Alipo over
Pole.
I think it's insufficient personally.
Yeah. And 1.3 billion euros is money they can pay just pap.
Why? The issue of reparation comes with a sting. Most nations who had colonies and whose citizens did fantastically horrible things to the natives are loath to apologize.
Yes.
The people who seem to have taken this thing properly, the Dutch king is one of the few people, but they have a king, just in case you didn't know.
Yes. Netherlands.
King.
He was here the other day. You remember that time he came and met President Ruto?
Yes.
And there was a lot of hullabaloo.
Yeah, we were going to be a president. Hi there. They at least, the apology constitutes apology.
Yeah.
One of these unconditional ones. Most people, there was some wrong done and we sorry. And the argument they put across is that they don't put themselves in a position where they can be liable or they can be. Now I'm thinking, you're missing the point of an apology. An apology requires vulnerability.
Yeah.
Yes. If somebody believes you're really sorry, they're not going to bother taking you to court. Over what? It isn't as though it is not recorded or documented that you did what they're saying you did.
Yeah.
You did do what you did. You did it.
Yeah.
Sindio?
Well, the same way.
Now the people who record these things are not even us. It's them.
Yeah.
It's the records that tell us what they did.
Well, that thing we call history reminds us and tells us a lot of things, and in the process we end up being taught a lot. So we are glad for that. Can I tell you something that happened last night, City?
I want you to tell me what happened last night.
Bayern Munich, or Bayern Munchen, played against Union Saint-Gilloise, and they managed to win 2-0. This is the UEFA Champions League. It was a UEFA Champions League match. Actually, yesterday there were several of those that were taking place. So Bayern played against Union. Union Saint-Gilloise is from Belgium. It's one of the top tier clubs in Belgium.
Right.
Bayern, of course, is numero 1 in that place we call Bundesliga, which is German. Numero uno, thank you.
Yes.
So, numero uno in the Bundesliga. They played against Union. I honestly was expecting more goals.
Bundesliga is the German Premier League.
Yes, it is. But also, there's the Austrian Bundesliga, because they both speak German, so they call it Bundesliga. Yeah, so they played against Union, and they managed
Liga must mean league.
Yeah. Sorry, come again?
Bunda. Liga.
Must be the name of, league.
League.
Yes.
So Bunda nani?
Yes, sasa Bunde ndio sijui ni nani. But Bundesliga ndio jina ya hiyo ligi yao. Wakamanage kutoka hivyo venye nimekuambia. Then of course tulicheza sisi kama watu wa Liverpool, tulicheza na French side Marseille.
Mazee, vile umeanza hiyo sentence mazee mlishinda.
Tulitandika watu 3-0.
But I knew just the tone. Sisi.
Na tuliwachapia wapi? Kwao. Tulienda mpaka kule kwao Marseille na tukawafanya tu pa. Okay, najua kuna mtu anashangaa Marseille ni akina nani. Maybe you will call it Marseille. But in France it's called Marseille. So tulitandika Marseille aka Marseille 0-3. Very happy about that. But kuna watu ambao wanaitwa Chelsea. Chelsea Football Club. You know Chelsea wengi nasema ni, wanasemanga ni team ya watu wa nduthi. Watu wa nduthi, pikipiki. Yes. So watu wanasemanga Chelsea ni ya watu wa nduthi, but I don't believe so. Chelsea is actually an amazing team. It's just that it is loved by a lot of...
What don't you believe? There's something you don't believe. What don't you believe?
I don't believe that it is necessarily, primarily or predominantly loved by...
It isn't.
Bike nduthi guys.
It isn't.
I'm just saying that I don't think it is necessarily.
And you sound as though if it was so, then something would be wrong.
No. I'm not saying that something is wrong. I'm just saying. So anyway, walicheza na watu ambao wanajulikana kama Paphos. Yes, and they...
Paphos ni team wapi? Greece?
Paphos, yes, it's a Greek team. Yeah, walicheza na Paphos na waliweza kumanage bao moja tu, which was scored by a gentleman called Caicedo in the 78th minute. So the entire first half they were just asking themselves, tutatoka hapa aje itakuwa namna gani?
Caicedo kwa wapi?
Caicedo siko sure ni wa country gani, but tuta confirm tu saizi. So walicheza Caicedo 78th minute akafanya ile kitu pa ikaingia bao moja, and that's it. Wakasema guys, let us defend this win till the very end, and that's how they did it. Firimbi ikapigwa, wakatokezea washindi. But you know what they say, whether you win with 1 goal or 17 goals, a win is a win. So big shout out to Chelsea, big shout out to my boys, my boys Liverpool, and of course big shout out to Bayern. Yesterday they performed absolutely.
I was being notified by Ignatius Openje,
yes,
that there is a team called Nairobi United.
Yes, I've actually told you about them before.
Accident you were telling me about Nairobi United was...
Number one. So Caicedo is Ecuadorian. Just wanted to get that out of the way. He's called Moises Caicedo. Playing for Chelsea. Now getting back to the conversation. Nairobi United is actually a team that is domiciled here in Nairobi. I don't know which is their home stadium. It could be City Stadium. Or it could be any other of the very many stadia we have in Nairobi County. But I know that... they are playing.
Kuna stadium ngapi Nairobi?
Tuko na Nyayo, tuko na Kasarani, tuko na City Stadium, kuna kadhaa huko sehemu za Isili. Tuko na tu study. Twingine ni tudogo of course. Kuna hii Talanta inajengwa hapa Ngong Road, but hiyo ya Talanta pia hapo kando kulikuanga na hizo ligi walikuwa wanaziita ligi ndogo. Yeah.
The military barracks at Langata.
Then there is the Ulinzi one. Yes. So we have several stadia.
Okay.
Yeah. It just depends on quality ndio inategemea gani ndio iko wapi. Tupatie methali. Bado tuko the Kingdom of Mali. Republic of Mali, yes.
Oh, the kitchen is older than the mosque.
Yeah, they might as well say the kitchen is older than the temples as well. But yes, the kitchen is older than the mosque.
Mali is predominantly the faith they subscribe to. Over 90% of the people subscribe to the Islamic faith.
Yes, they do.
So if they have proverbs, a touch of Islam will feature.
So, the kitchen is older than the mosque.
Definitely.
It's very true. Because guess what also? Even when the first mosque was being constructed in that Republic of Mali, the builders who built it must have been eating, and that food must have been cooked somewhere. And that place is probably called a kitchen.
Well said.
Even if it is under a tree. So you're right. The kitchen is older than the mosque. Lovely. So wanatuambia tufikirie tumbo kwanza before anything else.
Hawakwambii that is what you will do.
there's always
kabla hatujaelewa ya kwamba kuna kitu kinachoitwa deni, watu walikuwa nakula.
Kuna hili swali watu wengi wanapenda kuuliza. Do we eat to live or do we live to eat?
Both. Why segregated?
No, I feel I think we eat so that we can live. We can live for any other thing, but I don't think we can say that we necessarily live so that we can eat. We live so we can do many things. We live
My friend, we work so that we can earn. We earn so that we can do other things, but primarily so that we can eat. So
yeah, but we eat so
there's
we
a
can
point
live.
I'm making. Both statements are correct.
Yeah.
Yes. That's my view.
But we also work so we can get money to have luxury. Live in big houses, drive big cars, have many wives, and so on and so forth.
You're still eating.
Yeah.
Unakula raha.
Okay. You know what? Let's just get into this thing we call radiogeneration.co.ke. Here ndio tovuti yetu. Hopefully, wherever you are getting us loud and clear. But they just to let you know that as we go on during the day, we have a very good lineup of guests for you, including the PS for Public Health, that is Honorable Mary Muthoni. She will be here. And the ambassador of Estonia to Kenya is going to be here as well. So do stand by for those very powerful conversations. But right now, though, let's get into this first story. Junet defends role in 2022 polls, says powerful forces undermined Raila. This story... Suna East MP Junet Mohammed has defended his role in Raila Odinga's presidential campaign, rejecting claims that he contributed to the former prime minister's defeat. Junet argued that the election outcome was influenced by powerful individuals whose actions outweighed any grassroots efforts. In a Wednesday interview with Citizen TV, Junet said that he focused entirely on rally attendance and coordinating campaign activities in the field, not on managing offices or campaign finances. He described suggestions that he could have changed the election results as misplaced or unfair. Now, the minority leader said some influential figures appeared unconcerned about the election results, creating an environment where the outcome depended on more than campaign mobilization. Who do you think he's alluding to?
When what happens?
Saying that some powerful individuals, are the ones that necessarily undermined Raila.
You know something?
Mm-hmm.
There are statements that once they are made by a politician specifically, I do not bother analyzing it because it means nothing.
But at the time, who were the most powerful individuals?
That is what I am saying. Why is he saying it now?
Let me start with a list of who I think he is saying. I, of course, don't know who he's talking about, but I can guess. At the time, we had President Uhuru Kenyatta. We had Deputy President Ruto at the time. We also did have nani mwingine alikuwa hapo mwenye tunasema ni powerful, mwenye ange undermine president or rather ugombeaji wa President Raila. Nishamuita President Raila. Yeah, I don't think those are the only two folks that he could be talking to, because those are the only other two folks, and of course Chebukati, who was the IEBC chair at the time. I mean, who else could he be talking about? And he has already in the past spoken about the fact that if Uhuru couldn't hand the presidency to Raila on a silver platter, yet he had the military, he had the police, he had all the money, power and influence. So I think he's actually just talking about that one person, in my opinion. He's just trying to make it, to cloud in mystery and say powerful individuals. That's what I think.
As I said, the election was in
2022.
Which year are we in?
We are in 2026.
Good.
Okay.
The memory fades. That period of time, had he spoken, then I would have understood. Time has lapsed. So much has happened. And now is when he wants to talk about what happened in 2022.
Oh, and I forget that we had also CSs in the camp that were helping with the process. We have CS Musheru, we had CS Matiangi at the time also.
Let me tell you, that entire conversation or the memory of it will be revised. The mind does that. The memory, if you're going into the past, if it wasn't documented, it wasn't filmed, it wasn't written down, believe me, nothing will be edited and revised. It will not represent what happened.
Okay.
What he's talking about is what he thinks happened.
Haya, kuna jamaa hapa nataka tuongelele. He's called Ababu Namwamba. President William Ruto has approved changes in Kenya's foreign service to fill vacancies left by ambassadors who have completed their terms. A statement from the head of public service, Felix Koskei, on Wednesday confirmed the reassignments affecting Kenya's missions abroad. Under the reassignments, Ambassador Ababu Namwamba will serve as High Commissioner to Kampala in Uganda, while Ambassador Joash Maangi has been posted as Kenya's ambassador to Brussels in Belgium and the European Union. Namwamba, this guy is a survivor. He is a survivor. He has survived through several governments, and here we are. He is now an ambassador. Wish him all the best as far as Uganda is concerned. Sijui kama wata have conversations noma na President Museveni, but wacha tuone. Sasa huko internet ikizimwa pia wanazimanga internet za embassies.
Yes.
Embassies don't have their own dedicated Starlink or
service providers, the same.
Another satellite provider.
They will have the equivalent of the communication authority, and you can satellite dish all you like. They determine who gets access or not.
Bro, do you think you can shut down the American embassy here in Kenya? Their internet, rather.
We weren't talking of exceptions, were we?
No. I'm just saying, do you think you can shut down?
And I am also just saying,
yeah.
You just brought a comparison between the Kenyan embassy in Uganda, the American embassy. What are the points of comparison again?
Do you think the American, something is in my eye. Do you think the American embassy in Uganda was shut down when everyone else was in the dark?
No.
The German embassy or High Commission?
I don't.
The British one? I don't think so. Do you think they would shut down the Chinese embassy?
Well, you shut down something you control, isn't it? Yes.
So you think they control the Kenyan one?
No, you're asking me if they control the communication network.
Yes.
Of the embassies.
They control the communication networks of their countries for sure, 150%. But I'm sure embassies would have their own redundancy systems such that network, the nation one ikizimwa, the embassies are still able to communicate.
I agree.
Even if it's the embassy of Namibia. I don't think the embassy of Namibia in Uganda was dark. Hiyo nao ni uongo.
Well, I don't know.
Mimi ninakwambia City. Ninakwambia.
You work for the embassy of Namibia?
Ama ambassador wa Estonia akikuja tumuulize hapa.
Mgeni katika siasa zetu za Kenya.
Task Force reports 538,000 Kenyans have sought work abroad since 2022. Now, this is according to Dr. Mutua. And this is what Dr. Ali says. Kenya continues to see a growing number of its citizens traveling abroad for work, with more than 538,000 living since 2022. And projections indicating that the figure could reach 1 million within the next year. Now, this comes as the multi-agency task force on travel agency and labor fraud releases its 6-month review of investigations into fraudulent overseas employment schemes. The task force, which includes the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, the Attorney General's Office, the DCI, and the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, was created to justify, investigate, and prosecute both individuals and companies engaged in scamming job seekers. Yeah. So there you have it. Task force reports that 538,000 Kenyans have sought work abroad since 2022. Umesikia hiyo mambo? So, there's a time we were told that, was it millions of Kenyans had reported abroad?
Millions, no.
What was the figure? Because I remember some Kenyans came out and said that that figure kidogo ilikuanga ish. I can't remember tulikuwa tumeambiwa
some total of people were in the diaspora, maybe a couple of million.
Yeah. No.
But the period of time we were speaking of, 1 million Kenyans did not leave to go abroad.
I cannot remember the exact figure that was mentioned, but I remember Gen Zs at one point when they were having these conversations on their X accounts, and it trended. It is because we had been told there's an X number of people that had sought employment abroad, courtesy of the what? Of the Ministry of Labor. And I remember Kenyans did a simple mathematics, if I may call them, if I call it that. And they said a single airplane probably can accommodate X number of people. And then they said, and this is the assumption that the government was transporting Kenyans via KQ. So they said this is the number of planes we have in our fleet. So per day, let's assume that, this number of people live. Then they multiplied it by the number of days in a year, which is 365. And they were like, someone is lying to us somewhere. They were like, no. Hakuna venye X number of people have left within this period of time. And considering our capacity, plane capacity, uongo.
And that is taking the view that there are no other passengers in those planes.
Yes, that is assuming exclusively Kenyans are traveling.
Yes, and that they're traveling every single day in those numbers.
Including Sundays.
Hi, Piggy.
So Wakenya wakakuja wakasema hiyo nayo kidogo ni uongo hapana. And the government continue giving this figure, and I'm forgetting that number.
Don't feel bad.
It was in 2024, I remember.
There is always a problem when it comes to communicating certain things.
Yeah.
My view on that subject, I have aired on many occasions. This isn't the morning for me to air it again, so I will leave it at that.
Yeah, but this is just a reminder to Gava and the people that do communication on behalf of the government. Just think of all possible angles.
Get your maths right.
Just think of all possible
or even
angles.
Better still, just
be honest.
Just speak the truth.
Yes. Speak the truth, so that it can be backed by facts. Ndio mtu akisema there is no way you can transport 5,000 people. You'll be like, okay, that's according to you, but let me tell you, these are the folks that have traveled. We even have their testimonials. This is Kimani in Germany. This is Muga in Brussels. This is Mbuvi hapa Kampala. And maybe just maybe Gava itaacha kukaa venye nakaanga sometimes. All right, wacha tufanye hivi. There's something in my eye, I don't know what that is. Let's do this. Let's check out what is happening as far as the roads are concerned. This is your traffic update at 6:32.
Traffic.
Ngong Road, again, looking pretty good. I see just few spots of red. For example, hapa mahali panaitwa Ralph Bunch Road, kuna ka red line. Ring Road Kilimani, red line. And then there is, this is Oledume Road, red line. But everything else after that looks mwah. There's that roundabout at, where is this now? Kibera Station Road.
It's not looking mwah.
That one is not mwah, but it has yellow lines. So that means that
what do the yellow lines signify?
They signify movement of traffic. It just means that you guys have gotten to a place where there's some kind of chokehold, but after that, everything else opens up. Naivasha Road, if you're heading towards Tao, you guys are stuck at, this is now where? Pale Infinity Apartments, karibu na, as you're heading towards Deliverance Church Riruta, you guys are stuck there. Then there's Gitanga Road. Gitanga Road, mali inakuja kupatana na Masharia Road. Also, that place is currently bumper to bumper. And I don't know why, because it's such a long stretch that is filled up. I wonder what you guys are doing over there. Then we have Olengurani Avenue inakaa sawasawa to Lavington, hamna shida yote. James Gishuru, there is some traffic at the social house there, but that's because of that T-junction at Art Cafe and Isaac Galvanj Road. And as you're heading on to Mugumo Road as well, kuna ka traffic kidogo, but this is because of the residential area. So guys are leaving their homes right now, heading to their various places of work, so that's kind of expected. But also, Hey, James Gishuru Road. Let me just tell you.
Do you know who Ralph Bunch was?
No, I don't know who Ralph Bunch was.
Well, he was an American diplomat. Black American.
Yes.
First person of color to ever receive the Nobel Prize.
First person of color?
Yes.
Ralph Bunch?
Yes.
Okay.
And what he received was for mediating the Arab-Israeli War of 1948. Yes.
Mjamana akapata hiyo.
Akasema, brother, shika.
Nice. Good stuff.
So now you know who Ralph Bunch is.
Now I know. James Gishuru Road also.
Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you who James Gishuru was.
I might be the one to tell you who James Gishuru was.
Yes.
But that entire stretch from, where is this? From CJ's in Lavington inaelekea mpaka pale Mzima Springs Road, bumper to bumper, you guy my guy. Aya, let's zoom out kidogo tuangalie Mombasa Road looking good. Thika Super Highway pale Pangani, hapo ndio mmeshikamana. Then if I just zoom into this place we call Mwabava aka Mombasa. Mombasa is a so at Mama Ngina waterfront where you're waiting for the ferry, Likoni ferry palivo, bumper to bumper. Then we have Kongowea looking good. Kengeleni pale naona mko bumper to bumper na Kengelani. So kuna Kengeleni na kuna Kengelani. Haya, huko pia kumeshikamana. Alafu kuna kasemu kadogo pale Buxton Point Apartments, pia hapo kuna shida. Lakini chochote kikitokezea pale ndawaeleza. Yes. And it's called a what? Or Buxton Point.
It used to be called Buxton Estate. But once it was redeveloped,
yes,
it turned out to be some beautiful, beautiful development.
It's up here according to the map. It's Buxton Point Apartments.
Yeah, call them apartments, but it's in Buxton.
Yeah,
beautiful.
All right, so it's Buxton. Buxton.
Buxton.
Yes, Buxton.
Buxtonile.
Yeah, but who makes Buxton?
Wale ambao ni lugha yao.
Hivyo ndivyo wanaisema. All right, so watu wa Buxton, Mombaje, natumai mko salama kabisa. James Gishuru, wacha nitawaambia ni nani.
He was a minister for defense in the Kenyatta government.
Oh, he was?
Yes, he was.
Okay. All right.
Him, I didn't need to search.
You actually knew him?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
In fact, James Gishuru was the chairman of KANU. He left the seat for Jomo Kenyatta.
Yes. James Gishuru.
Yes.
All right.
Hiyo barabara ambayo inaitwa
James Gishuru.
Yes.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Haya, sawa. Asante sana CT for that historical lesson. Tunakuaminigi kila wakati kwa ajili wewe ndio yule mjamaa ambaye anajua kama mambo mengi kuturiko. Lakini kwa sasa acha tuingie katika hii kitu inaitwa gazeti or paper check. And I'll start with the Daily Nation. The front page says, why US is probing this man? A University of Nairobi alumnus who was born in Somalia, grew up in Kenya's Dadaab refugee camp, and later obtained United States citizenship, is facing a U.S. House of Representatives probe of alleged fraud. Dr. Abdullahi Ali is the founder of Gateway Community Services, a healthcare firm based in the U.S. state of Maine that was last month suspended from receiving government funding pending investigations. Our stories on page 2 and 3. Businessman tried to wrest the Jubaland presidency from Madobe in 2024. This same gentleman, Dr. Abdullahi Ali, he tried to get the presidency from...
When you say get, it wasn't an election, was it?
Well, according to the Daily Nation, they say businessman tried to wrest the Jubaland presidency from Madobe in 2024. Does it mean that he tried to take it forcefully?
Well, do they have election in that place, first of all?
I don't know.
Was Madobe elected?
I don't know.
By whom?
I don't know.
Bas.
So ndo mwalimu ambaye anaelewa mambo ya historia. Ama hii hujui bado? Ama tutajua tukijua?
Sijui.
Haya. Great to see you. President with his predecessor's brother at State House. President William Ruto shares a light moment with the chair of the Africa region and trustee of the Duke of the Edinburgh International Award Foundation, Muhoho Kenyatta.
He did contest the presidency. Yeah?
Who?
Abdullahi.
Oh, he did. Okay. Wacha tutapitia hiyo
story.
Kizungu
ilikuwa
imeenda
hivi. Arrest. You get the impression kama alikuwa anataka kumpokonya.
Yeah.
But he contested the presidency.
Okay. Yeah, so this is President Ruto embracing one Muhoho Kenyatta during the Gold Award presentation at State House Nairobi yesterday. Now, the president said the government is proud of the 1,252 young people awarded the Gold Prize. Yeah, that story is inside the Daily Nation. Sasa shida ni wajasema iko page gani. But yes, it's right here. Dispute. This is what they're calling it. Watch out. That casual WhatsApp chat could cost you a lot of money. Now, the High Court has ruled digital text messages can create enforceable contracts once core legal elements are proven. The court upheld an award noting messages exchanged on phones capture a valid agreement. So, mkisikizana na mtu via WhatsApp or even SMS, You just know you better honor that thing, or you will find yourself in trouble. Fresh queries on customary marriage law. Lawyer has challenged sections of the Marriage Act, arguing the requirements for registration of customary marriages to ensure validity is unconstitutional. Now, the petitioner wants the court to declare the marriages constitutional upon performance of the applicable customary rites. Again, a lawyer has challenged sections of the Marriage Act, arguing the requirements for registration of customary marriages to ensure validity is constitutional. This story is on page 10. Perhaps we shall revisit it and check out what exactly this gentleman wants. Presiding over rogues is what they're calling it on the Standard newspaper. Police violence in Kenya is no longer about rogue officers. It's a systemic impunity which runs deep. Leaders are puppets of the executive, suspects in murders, or openly contemptuous of the law, while junior officers unleash brutality on ordinary Kenyans. Lethal force, impunity, and silence have become routine. Innocent civilians are shot, beaten, or killed in custody. Investigations, crawl, and accountability is a distant promise from Karatina to Mathare, Nandi Hills to Githurai. Every death fuels fear and mistrust. Yeah. This is on the front page of the Standard newspaper. City, over to you.
Right, let's look at the Business Daily, shall we? MSMEs to be spared quarterly installments in tax reforms plan. Kenya Pipeline Company sets aside 290 million shares for its employees in IPO. 75% NSE stocks trading handled by stockbrokers staff. All right. Why billionaire Mudoka, Peter Mudoka, sold logistics firm for 5.2 billion Kenyan shillings. Billionaire businessman Peter Mudoka sold his airport services firm Transglobal Cargo Center to Istanbul-based Celebi Aviation for 5.17 billion, $40 million US, marking one of the largest transactions in Kenya logistics market. Good for you. Bang in the middle of the paper, small investors get higher price in 10 billion shillings Kenya CBA buyout. The buyout is between Nedbank of South Africa and NCBA. And Nedbank offers small shareholders 105 shillings per share. Transactions receive backing from top shareholders. Okay? Right. So we are selling off. NCBA is now selling off. Equity is actually primarily owned by a UK outfit.
Equity Bank?
Yes, it's not as local as you think. The majority shareholders are not Kenyans.
Okay.
Yes. Safaricom is not Kenyan.
Yes.
Hasn't been, never was. But we like, it's good that we own it. This isn't a bad thing. No, not necessarily. Because in these buyouts, I don't know the details of this, but when they buy you out, it also means you have certain shares in their outfit. So it's not as though ni nyinyi tu ndio meuza mali zenu. No, hata nyinyi mwenyewe, there's something you get in return. Many years ago, there was a South African media outfit that paid top shilling for Radio Africa. It was a merger.
Yeah.
We've had very many companies within Kenya, some insurance, some banks, being bought out by entities, similar financial entities in Northern Africa, some in Western Africa. So somebody buys out something they believe is profitable. According to Nedbank, NCBA has a foothold in East and Central Africa. So when you buy a stake into it, it means you also have a foothold in East and Central Africa.
Okay.
Yes.
Front page of the Star says DP Kindiki job at stake as UDA meets over ODM talks. Yeah. In whose hands are we safe? In whose hands is Professor Kindiki safe?
No, but read the article. What are they talking about? What are they
ODM. Yeah, ODM says it won't settle for anything short of deputy president slot. Hivyo ndivyo inasema hapa katika gazeti la Nyota. So this story is on page 4 to 5. We shall definitely check it out. Ruto Moho attend Gold Award presentation. Widowers bid to get wife's TSC cash fails. Now the Employment and Labor Relations Court in Kisii has brought to a close a decades-old bid for posthumous pensions benefits, extinguishing a claim filed on behalf of a teacher who died in 1997. Now, the case pitted the Teachers Service Commission against Mark Onyonka, who sued as the legal representative of his deceased wife. Onyonka sought payment of a negotiated remuneration package agreed between the TSC and the Kenya National Union of Teachers, which took effect on July 1st, 1997. He argued that although his wife died later that year while in service, she was entitled to the enhanced benefits, which were never paid. Oh, this is sad, man. This is really sad. WhatsApp, SMS, and verbal contracts are binding in court. Yeah, hiyo tushasoma kwa hiyo gazeti ingine hapo hivyo. El Nino coming back, global forecasts indicate. This story is on page 3, eh? Now, getting back to this Kindiki job being at stake, let me just read what they're saying on page 4 to 5.
What happens if Kindiki joins ODM?
Then Kindiki... Good question. But the other main question is, would Kindiki join ODM? And if he joins ODM, do you think he can outrank already existing members such as Sifuna, Junet Mohammed, or Dr. Oburu Odinga? Do you think he would join there and then to be like, okay, come over this side and then, yeah?
My thinking hadn't gone that far.
Yeah?
I was just at the point of ODM wants his job.
Yeah. No, but I like how you've thought. Umefikiria kama watu 72. 72. So this is what they're saying. Kindiki's job at stake as Ruto meets UDA over talks with ODM. Now the jostling for the president, William Ruto's running mate, that could potentially eliminate Professor Kithure Kindiki is set to begin in earnest as one of the ruling UDA top organ meet to sanction ODM talks. Now the high-stakes meeting bringing together members of the National Governing Council is expected to set the tone for talks with ODM. But the negotiations are already clouded by hardline positions, with ODM insisting the party will not settle for anything short of the deputy president's slot. It is widely believed that Ruto is keen to lock in a broad-based alliance early, but the DP question is emerging as the most explosive hurdle. Over the weekend, leaders from Western Kenya told ODM boss Oburu Odinga the Orange Party demands nothing less than the second in command. Ikolomani MP Bernard Shinali on Sunday insisted the Orange Party must not settle for less. Yeah.
Those are negotiations taking place. Nothing has been determined. But what is this thing that they're bringing to the table that would make them give it, well, that demand, it would give that demand validity. What is it that they're bringing?
Because if UDA merges, or rather not merges, but gets into a coalition pact with ODM, and we have said this over and over, is no small party. 20 years old, and it is the party of the late Baba. If Baba were alive today, do you think you would have offered Baba anything less? No. But Baba isn't alive. So let's talk about those who remain. Do you think that any of those individuals there would settle for anything less than the position of deputy president? Or perhaps
they would settle.
Or for anything less than? So that means they just become normal CSs?
The deputy president's position is not the only thing that you negotiate in a coalition. The Nusu Mkate government of Raila Odinga and Mwai Kibaki showed us that. The Nusu Mkate government of William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta indicated that with clarity. The not so Nusu Mkate government of Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila showed us as well.
But in the Nusu Mkate government of President Uhuru and Raila didn't have a position.
Raila rarely has a position, but people in his party do.
But currently we have several ministers, the Wandais and the Oparanyas.
Yes. Let's move on to William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua. If you look at just the division of spoils, the number of members of parliament,
CSs.
I mean CSs, or members of parliament who come from the region Rigathi came from, it is not difficult to see.
Yes, but let's not forget that Rigathi himself was the DP. Then he negotiated the remaining positions for his CSs.
Those positions were negotiated when he was DP. The positions still remain.
But what I'm trying to say about ODM specifically is that even if I were ODM, if I were in ODM rather, and I was at the helm like Dr. Yoburu, I wouldn't also settle for anything less than deputy president.
I'm trying to say that there are many things you can negotiate with. There are many things you can ask for. We have something like 40, God knows how many PSs. Then we have diplomats. Then we have parastatals. The negotiation need not just revolve around the politics.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hao watasema mimi venye najuanga ODM. Forget sasa baba. ODM. Hawa ni wale watu wa kila kitu katikati.
No, they're not.
They are.
No, they're not.
Walai.
Where is it that they've had kila kitu katikati? Tell me.
When President Kibaki was negotiating with them.
No. President Kibaki allotted all the plum positions to his people first. Defense, finance, roads. That was a Nusumkate government by name. And the push and pull that was involved was profound. No. ODM are a reasonable lot. They are not unreasonable. No.
So you think that they will maintain Professor Kindiki as their DP even and running mate?
No. I am putting across a completely different discussion, and I'm saying the vice presidency position is not the only option for negotiation. Because you can get the deputy president and then you don't get much else. So which is better? If you think in terms of, because it's as though you can put it on a weighing scale.
I don't think anyone would negotiate for DP alone and say, you know what, I'm good with being DP, so you guys take everything else. No, I believe
when Kalonzo Musyoka was vice president,
yes,
how many people from his region were in positions of authority?
To be honest, I can't remember.
Well, I can't remember either, but I do know that there were quite a number who came into being. But why that to me doesn't really matter is because even prior to Kalonzo Musyoka being vice president,
yes,
there were many people from his region, the larger region of Okampani, who were in very prominent positions. Kiwutha Kibwana had been a minister. There were other people who had been ministers. It wasn't the first time. You're talking about the central bank, you're talking about PS treasury, you're talking about key positions within government. There were people. And then the military seemed to have been a dominant domain of those who came from that particular region.
That's the time that also Honorable Mutula Kilonzo became a minister as well, right? During Kibaki's time, during the Nusumkate government.
Mutula Kilonzo became minister during the Moi era. No. Kibaki.
Yeah.
Kibaki, right.
Yeah. Was it in the first term or second term?
It was just Moi's lawyer. Sorry.
Yes, he was Moi's lawyer. But was it second term or first term? I believe it was second term. Well, Kibaki's second term, rather. When now Kalonzo became VP. But anyway, those are issues we can confirm.
They are important for this simple reason. We are trying to walk down memory lane and to determine how people have, according to the politics of shares,
yes,
how the shares have been divvied out in the past. Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm saying it is one individual in ODM who said, Sisi tunataka vice deputy president otherwise. And there is no otherwise. Okay, so
I can tell you for sure, they are they wouldn't just be negotiating for the DP position, because what will the rest do? Watu kama akina Oparanya watadu.
So kuna kazi.
Watu kama akina Opio Wanda, hiyo time ikifika watadu. So itakuanga ni zile za
what were they doing before they were ministers?
For Oparanya, he was a governor before that.
And before that, what was he?
He was he an MP?
He was actually a minister.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
And before that?
I honestly don't know.
Precisely.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, there is always something for someone to do if they wish to. So,
ndio ninakwambia sasa,
and right now there'll be other people who will be making demands.
Sasa ODM ikiingia kwa ile meza ya negotiation, kitu kimoja ninajua apart from just the DP position, you are now anakuja wakisema, guys, if we are not talking about DP, can we just stop this conversation? Then they're told, okay, DP is on the table. Okay, now we also want energy, we also want maybe finance.
Why do they think Kithure Kindiki is not a good? I think it's a good DP.
Actually, I have nothing against Kindiki, and I think, to be honest, he's a good, he's a loyal soldier. He has demonstrated it. I remember President Ruto mentioned it at the time when he was nominated to be the DP, and when actually now he was, confirmed as the deputy president, and he's doing exactly what any president would want him to do, regardless of what people are saying about him. He is doing exactly like CT. If today you are the president, you would want your DP to do exactly what Professor is doing. So Kindiki ako tu sawa. The question here is ODM kinyo wanataka, but also the ability of Professor Kindiki to deliver votes for the president. Because not only do we want just to have this whole thing that we call diversity in terms of who we have in the government, but guys, are you able to bring the votes? Because that is one thing ODM will actually get to the table with. If they will have these conversations they're saying they will have, ODM will go to the table and say, look, we are bringing this constituency as ODM. We have more numbers than Professor has, for example, if at all they do have more numbers.
They do.
Yeah. So that will be part of the negotiation. Be like, you are bringing this as President Ruto. Professor Kindiki is bringing this. Then we as ODM, we are bringing this. Surely, shouldn't we be next to you, if not above you?
Paul, let me just ask, if I may ask.
Yes.
What did ODM give you? Today, you've really supported ODM.
No. I'm not supporting ODM. I am just saying, if I were them, if I were part of that negotiation team, these are the arguments I'd be making.
Really?
Yes.
Before our time comes to an end,
yes,
there's an article in the Daily Nation.
Right.
Fresh queries on customary marriage law. Remember, the act upon the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution then desired that marriages, customary and others, should be registered. This guy is saying, no, the authenticity of the marriage has nothing to do with registration.
Yeah.
If the traditional rights as understood are followed, it's valid.
It's a wrap.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right now it is not. The interpretation is, even you, who has this come with 10, you've taken 2 measly goats to the girl's parents.
Right.
Okay? You have to go and register it. Otherwise, it's not a marriage. Yes. But then you just decided to take your goats for a walk.
Yeah.
There's no marriage.
As we do not know this thing.
The law doesn't know it. And he's saying, no, the law is wrong. This is something I'm going to follow.
Okay.
And I have to find out. Because it actually has a very serious implications for many people. Prior to that, to the change, even the come with stay set up, given the length of, if you had a length of time and perhaps there were children involved, common law marriage,
yes,
it was considered a marriage, enforceable by law. So that change has brought a little turbulence and a little complication, and this gentleman wants clarity. This gentleman is called Monda. M-O-N-D-A, Monda. Taka clarity.
Before we get into the news, wacha nisalimia watu haraka sana. Don Sabwa, I believe that is the first message we have here. Na imekatwa kidogo, so I cannot really see the entire message. John Mutwa saying, good morning my lovely show, Qatar, niko tuned listening, my beloved TV show. City, apewe hot coffee. Achangamke. Haya. Simon Indiatsi amesema, good morning, whenever you see a rat running towards fire, just know that what it is chasing is hotter than a fire. Alright. Huyo ametupatia methali yake.
Bwana, hiyo methali ni kali bwana.
Imeiva
kabisa.
Sungura Yonis amesema city needs kofta. Oh, because of the coughing. Alright. Lydia Cherono anasema, ask city what is the correct Ruto's government. What is the correct Ruto's government or our government? I think it is a regime of governance.
When you have a president, the government of that particular season or period is a reference with the name of the president.
Okay.
When you say Uhuru government, doesn't mean that the government was his. It means he was the president presiding. He was the CEO. So we say it is his government.
Yeah.
Yes.
Agesa Belcher. Good morning from Vumbikistan, i.e. Kitengela. City, quick recovery from flu. Paul, how are you? Well, Agesa, I am very well. Thank you for asking. Michael Olande, good morning, Team RG. Good morning to you, Michael. Nyaga Jr. Mbuvi, Munken is pronounced as Muinshen, not Munken. Bundes means federal or national, and Liga means league. So Bundes means federal league or national league.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nyaga Junior. So mesema niseme Muinshen. Bro, mi ndasahau tu ndasema Munken. But thank you for this. Polite tall guy, good morning from Nakuru. Good morning to you too. And then lastly, Wanjala. Good morning, City and Paul, tuning in from Tuda in Mombasa. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in. Wanjala is on 90.7 FM in Mombasa. Mtu wa Garissa, sijapata hata mtu mmoja wa Garissa amenisalimia on 89.5.
Lakini sisi tunaendelea kuwasalimia.
Tunaendelea kuwasalimia na shida yoyote. Sasa watu wa Garissa bahali yake, nyinyi iko ama nyinyi hamuko? Twende kazi.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Meru have arrested 2 suspected drug traffickers and seized the large consignment of bang during an ongoing crackdown on narcotics. The officers acted on a tip-off and raided a rental house in the Muiteria area within Meru municipality, where they recovered 22 kilograms of bang and 440 rolls valued at about 630,000 Kenyan shillings. The 2 suspects, identified as 23-year-old Daniel Mutuma and 21-year-old Duncan Murithi, were arrested and taken to Meru police station along with the recovered items. More than 80 members of the Kiambu County Assembly have declared their support for Governor Kimani Wamatangi and say they will defend him against any impeachment attempt. The MCs say no to impeachment or confidence motion has been tabled in the County Assembly so far. However, they have accused some Kiambu members of the National Assembly of holding secret night meetings with a group of MCAs to plan an impeachment move against the governor.
Tumesimama na gavana wa Matangi 100%. Na hizo mambo ambazo zimepangwa, wenye wanafikiria kwamba kunaweza kuwa ati kutaweza kuwa na mambo ya kumng'atua kwa kichwa kwa kiti kwa njia ya impeachment, wajue kwamba sisi ndio wenye kura za County Assembly. Na hakuna mtu wako hapa anaweza mtoa kura kwa kiti gavana wa Matangi.
Kwa nini wanataka kuleta impeachment ili hatujui? Na sisi kama wabunge wa Kiambu ambaye tuko hapa, leo tutasign.
The United Democratic Alliance
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 3 minutes past 7 o'clock. And like I told you, in this hour, we want to have a very interesting conversation, and a serious one for that matter. It is the state of primary healthcare in our country, the networks, and of course, all about universal healthcare. Bridging the gap is what we want to focus on today. With us in studio is the Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards at the Ministry of Health. That is Mary Muthoni. Mheshimiwa, welcome to Radio Generation. Good morning and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yes.
And thank you so much for having me.
Karibu sana.
I'm very excited.
Yes. The ministry must be a very busy place, and especially in your department, because public health is one of those things that you have to deal with on a daily. And people, of course, being a country where we are always engaging, that must be putting you on your toes. Maybe you can just give us an overview of some of the things that perhaps are on your, is it in tray or out tray?
Well, I must say busy is relative.
Yes.
Because everybody is busy. Even you are very busy. Depending on the degree.
Yes.
And also the input that you give.
Right.
So, but really health is something that touches on everybody. So you expect us to be on the run throughout, and especially with the many events that you find every other time.
Right.
You'll hear this cholera here, there's mpox here, there's a risk of Marburg.
Yeah.
And you really want to keep the country protected. And at the same time, you also want to educate people. So our key mandate is prevention and promotion. We want people to know how to prevent minor ailments, because probably 70% of the diseases that we have are actually preventable. So it is something you can do at home, and you find yourself not going to the hospital for a long, long time. And at the same time, at the national level, we are having the we have the mandate to ensure that we give policies, we make laws, and they are able to be cascaded down to the bottom of the pyramid. And the counties, remember, health is a devolved function. So we work in collaboration with the county government, simply to ensure that the people of Kenya are protected and they continue with their daily lives.
You've mentioned some diseases such as cholera, Marburg. It's been a while since we've had any outbreak, and it's a good thing. It's been a while since we've had of a cholera outbreak, and I'm sure that is partly due to some of these efforts that you've just been talking about. In terms of just managing these outbreaks, even in the past, and ensuring that they do not happen right now, what is usually the first action, if I may ask, that is usually taken to ensure cholera has been detected in Mathare, for example? How do we ensure it doesn't spread over to other places? What is the first thing that the government usually does?
I think we have a very strong surveillance service in the unit. We are able to do surveillance before even anything comes out. And this is a continuous process at the border points, in Mashinani, or anywhere else. And we also have a very strong group of community health promoters who are able to give the sign of anything that is happening around their area. Then you have also seen we have put in a very strong primary health care. In terms of curative, because anybody who goes to a facility today, they're supposed to be treated for free. Then again, the quality of care and patient safety, and you have seen we have actually come out stronger to create an act just around quality of care and patient safety, because we've seen in the past we've been able to do a lot of issues to do with facility, issues to do with infrastructure, issues to do with commodities. We've reformed KEMSA. I don't think you have heard anything bad about KEMSA, because our refill rate is actually increasing every other day, so that there's medicine at the bottom of the pyramid. In terms of human resources and infrastructure, you've heard about Facility Improvement Financing Act of 2023, where the money that is ring-fenced for health actually goes to the health sector. So we do not have window or we do not have gaps that are going to allow these issues to overwhelm the public. But we left one person, who is the patient. We had not talked about the patient. That is why you still see people going and taking themselves videos, you know, in hospitals, and saying, you see, we have been neglected. These people have no channel for they don't know what to do. And there's no law that tells you that if you go to a police station, you can report this case. There's no law that governs and says somebody is going to be charged. So that is what we are doing right now. So the quality of care and patient safety is very, very critical. And encompassing all this, we will have 5 laws that are governing public health and the curative services. One is the Digital Health Act of 2023. The Digital Health Act basically means interrelatability of data. Unlike before, when we used to go to facilities carrying quota exercise books, we have said This is the time that exercise books are meant for students.
Yes.
And you just go to a facility and you find your name with your ID card.
Right.
Secondly, we have the Social Health Insurance Financing Act, and you know about SHA.
Yes.
The formation of the Social Health Authority that is catering for curative services, or at the bottom of the pyramid we have the primary healthcare fund, that if you're only registered, then you can access services at any level 2 and level 3 facilities for free. Then we have the Social Health Insurance Fund that you need now to pay to access services, whether it is inpatient or in higher secondary and tertiary facilities. Then we have chronic and emergency chronic and critical illness fund that will allow you to access services in case you have an accident. And you have seen many people get accidents, they are in a coma, and you're told to raise
several millions,
several thousands to just access services. So we have said, treat the person first, kesi baadaye.
Okay.
And then we have the Facility Improvement Financing Fund of Facility Improvement Financing Act of 2023, being the third law that we created. What we are saying is simple. Money that is meant for health services of healthcare must never be reallocated. Many a times, whether it's in national government or county government, you find money meant for medicine. When there's a disaster, a bridge has broken, we take that money, it's reallocated in the assembly or national, whether county or national, and then it goes for construction. Now, what we are saying is, if that money has been allocated for health, it can never be reallocated.
So it's ring-fenced.
It's ring-fenced.
Okay.
Whether it is donation, wewe umejitolea umepeana ile pesa, ni hivyo imekuwa mahapo. And these laws actually are a guidance. They give us guidelines on how to treat the whole healthcare system without necessarily guessing where we are going.
I'd like to ask a question.
Yes.
Could you please speak a little bit more about surveillance? Why it exists, why it's conducted, the frequency with which it's conducted, and how it is that the consequent results that you get from the surveillance helps in ensuring that the policies that the ministry has in place actually meet the needs of the citizens. That's the first. Then the second one, I'll want you to talk a little bit more about the digitalization of the health service. Yes, and how it is that the very process of healthcare seeking and how the digitalization makes it possible for us to gather data and information that previously we could not really readily or easily access.
Okay, let me talk about surveillance. Today, this data that is given from every corner of the country, from Turkana, just like security system, we get information on a daily basis. This is what happened yesterday. These are the people who had poisoning yesterday, and this is what was taken, and the issue is controlled. Now, when we also get the signs and the signs around weather, hunger. We also have that from the Ministry of Environment. And we are able to tell at this particular time, if we are told there's a lot of rainfall, then we are likely to have waterborne diseases. We are likely to have foodborne diseases. We are likely to have destruction of structure. Now, at that juncture, we move in quickly to also survey, because surveillance is basically surveying what is the current situation and what can be done to prevent these issues from occurring in a large magnitude. So that is the time you advise facilities. You need to have this kind of structure. Probably you need to have somewhere you can hold people, you know, to if there is a lot of contamination of contagious diseases,
right,
then you need to tell the facilities you need structures to handle these kind of diseases.
Right.
Probably there's an issue that you can foresee that might come at that particular time. So you take time to guide the facilities, you take time to guide the county government on what to do at that particular time. Let me give, for instance, when we detected Mpox, issues to do with Mpox, we even took our staff at the border point to have training, combined training between Kenya and Tanzania. Because healthcare workforce comes in handy every other time when there's something that could be coming. So surveillance basically, from port health issues to household issues, we are supposed to have information that is prior to guide people on what should be done prior.
Okay.
We can buy maybe thermostats or thermoguns before anything that comes through the border of Malaba. Then we are able to buy the thermoguns that are going to test or check the temperature of each and every person that passes through the border.
Okay.
So basically, surveillance. Even here, we can do surveillance of what could be happening. Maybe it's the food that you eat in terms of food systems. Maybe it is in terms of cleanliness, general cleanliness, sanitation. Remember, there are standard ways of having infrastructure, facilities, occupational safety, and all those things that are incorporated.
Okay. The reason why I asked the question.
Yes.
Whenever people talk about healthcare provision, there is the process of getting to understand what to anticipate. And that's what you've just described.
Yeah.
And every so often, there is a Kenya National Health Survey report that is actually published.
Yes.
And it is very, very detailed. Now, most people who think of health provision think of it in terms of when they are unwell and when they go to hospital.
Absolutely.
Or those who... But I wanted the understanding of the larger process that takes place behind the scenes that makes it possible. So it isn't as though the ministry just reacts to what happens. No. The ministry can foresee, they can forestall, and they can respond long before.
I hope I've tried to break it down.
No, you have.
In the layman's language.
You have. Now, the digital aspect that I asked.
Yes, digitalization.
Yes. The community health
promoters.
They represent the digital age in a wonderful way. Wherever it is they go to visit or to meet with Kenyans, either to inform them, to educate them, or to try and provide some health service, they record these details digitally.
Yes.
Now, when people visit health facilities, either because they have been asked to or other, do our health services, the point of health provision, the hospitals, the clinics, do they provide a digital service where beyond the service you can register the issues that people come up with? Why this comes to my mind is because when SHA was introduced, the narrative was that it's not working.
Yeah.
When we asked very many people who said it wasn't working, a very good number were not even registered.
I know.
Yeah. So you wondered, so how do you know it's not working and you've never even tried it? Some people said it wasn't working because they went for the wrong service at the wrong health facility, meaning it's a health facility, but the service you want is provided.
Another
yes, exactly.
Facility. Now, so let me start with our community health promoters, purely digitized. And these are guys who used to move from household to household, carrying very heavy books. finding out how many women are pregnant in that village, how many children have been born, how many children have been vaccinated, and finding any other, just like I talked about surveillance, is there any emerging issue in that community? Our community health promoters, and it's a big jeshi of 107,831 across the country. Every community health promoter has been assigned 100 household. If you do the math, 100 household, basically in Kenya, typically a normal household has about five individuals. So it's like 500 people to serve in the community. Now, when this government came into place, remember I talked about Digital Health Act of 2023.
Yes.
These were some of the people who were enabled to do their work in an easier manner with digitalization. They were actually entrenched in law just to make sure, and that is why we pay them a stipend. That is why we get data. In the morning, if I open my computer, I'll get all that happened yesterday. I can see how many
from all 47 counties.
Yes, from all 47 counties.
Okay.
I can see how many community health promoters went to households yesterday. I can see how many people were seen yesterday in regards to diabetes. I can see how many people were checked for diabetes, and I can see how many children were checked in regards to malnutrition and common childhood ailments, and how many were referred to a health facility for further assessment, and how many women were gotten in the villages or in the houses, and especially teen mothers, and were referred to a health facility for antenatal clinic. So that is the power of digitalization. And that too goes beyond the preventive and the level 1, because community health promoters, we call them the level 1. The level 1, it's a moving facility.
Yes.
Then it connects these people to level 2, where you find now the skilled workforce. You'll find either a nurse, you'll either find a clinical officer.
These people also do rounds?
These are people working at the facility.
Oh, now this is, okay, we've got to the
You've
facility
already
now.
taken people to the facility.
All right.
And at that time, we introduced the referral system. And that is why you'd find initially, most people were going to facilities and asking themselves, kwani sha aina jina yangu na nimelipa? Because they came from the village, came to Kenyatta.
Yes.
They want to be treated by a cardiologist or a gynecologist for flu.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
So the referral system should work in the sense that start treatment from the lowest level of the facility. If the community health promoter has told you your BP is a little high, don't rush to the chemist to buy medication. Please go to the nearest facility so that you can get treated from a skilled worker or somebody who has been trained to treat you. Now, when that worker is not able to treat your ailment, then they will refer you in the system, refer you to another level to be treated either at a secondary facility or a tertiary facility. And that's basically all about digitalization of our systems.
Okay.
We have digitized even our healthcare workers. That is why you have seen we can switch off your license.
Yes.
And you're not able to access SHA if you're a doctor and you're not in your facility. You cannot give your OTP number in Mandera and you're in Nairobi.
Okay.
You have to be in that facility for us to know that that surgery took place.
Okay.
Okay. So digitization of our workforce. We have digitized our facilities. From our dashboard, we can tell, from the Digital Health Agency, we can tell how many facilities have bed capacity that is empty today. We can tell if Kenyatta you will get a bed or you can be referred to a different facility because Kenyatta is full. Because again, there was a problem when you're referred from maybe where I come from, Kirugea Hospital, you come to Kenyatta and you're told there's no bed, lakini lala kwa floor, alafu kesho tutakupatia kitanda.
As you wait for your bed.
Or share. We used to have those cases a lot. And you see, every facility has a bed capacity. So why don't you maintain that bed capacity instead of having people sleeping on the floor?
Madam PS, why did we have that problem, that sharing of beds and people sleeping on floors in referral hospitals?
Mostly it's because there was still payment. So for me, I look at it as business. That you have more people, they are paying more to the service that you're given.
Yeah.
There are more doctors getting more money. So you need more people, and that is what we cured. We said nobody should sleep on the floor. If your bed capacity is 1,800 like Kenyatta, if you want more people, then buy more beds or expand your infrastructure.
Okay.
Even you wouldn't want to find your mother sleeping on the floor or sharing a bed. These are people who come from different backgrounds and have different ailments. So how do you then put them together if we want people to get well?
Yeah.
You know? So those are some of the things that have helped us with digitalization.
Okay.
You know, Madam PS, when you consider the referral system that you mentioned, I sometimes think referral hospitals have a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Because they actually can't turn people away who just troop up and tap up, say, at the emergency. Meaning they've referred themselves essentially. How do you handle walk-ins? Because there are people who will go to Kenyatta National Referral Hospital because that is the hospital closest to them. Are we saying that the hospital that they should go to, that either we have adequate health facilities, we are working on having adequate health facilities, or now the referral system through the community health promoters is such that somebody will have a very clear understanding of where they ought to go to.
And by this someone is
that's
the person who's seeking healthcare services.
Okay. Trust you me, that is more administrative. And we know where that level 5 facilities are the nearest. Maybe into the far to reach areas. But if you come here in Nairobi, you will, after every kilometer, you will not miss a health facility which is level 2 or level 3. Trust you me. But if it is far to reach areas, those are administrative issues that we deal with the county government on how to handle such issues. Really, because it's not affecting everybody. Again, emergencies are treated differently. If you go on an emergency, then there's the stabilization period, and it's in the law. Within a certain period, then you're kept there, and you can be even referred from that facility to the other facility without necessarily being admitted.
Let me understand this. So, when we digitalize, it means that when someone presents themselves at a health facility, we will record your presence there.
Yes.
Okay? Why I'm asking this question is because we've heard of complaints from healthcare providers about reimbursement for the services they have provided. Now, for you to be paid, there is a process that you must follow.
Yes.
And it starts from the patient who arrives at the health facility and the processes that are followed and the documentation that then goes to the authority that's supposed to pay. Okay.
Remember, this admission, if I have to register you in the system, I must make sure I have those services. Otherwise, I'm supposed to declare to the patient that this service is not available here.
Okay.
All right?
And the Ministry of Health knows which health facilities have which services.
Yes. Okay. Because our KMPDC, they inspect all facilities before licensing them. It is now the work of the facility owners to display a charter on the type of facility or on the type of services that they are providing for the patient to make informed decision. But on the case of walk-ins to Kenyatta, I already told you, the law does not allow you to go to a referral, teaching and referral hospital without being referred from a lower facility. And I've already explained there could be just a few cases where we do not have hospitals that can refer you to a higher facility. That is why you'll find if you walk in, then you'll be told you may have to pay cash, probably, because you're not even in the system in the first place. So we will note how do we treat you and how do we get a reimbursement if you're not in the system in Kenyatta. Then you have to be referred in the system for you to find your name there, and Kenyatta gets reimbursed for the treatment that they have given you, which now allows you to walk out free without payment because SHA will have paid for those services.
Yeah.
Therefore, the issue of service delivery, what we are against or what we would be against is I walk into a into a hospital, they get me into the system, they register me, I go through the triage and all the other, and then when it gets to laboratory services, they tell me, please walk to the nearest facility and get the results and get the samples, then you bring for analysis. That is what we are against. Before you even register me, please tell me that we will not have lab services. You have heard even the ministry talk about drugs. Primary health care is an end-to-end service. From registration to being given drugs, it is all reimbursed by SHA. But what is happening in some facilities? You go to hospital, ikifika kwa dawa, unaambiwa sasa, hii itabidi uende ukanunue kwa chemist. But they will not tell you that package is already paid. You see, now you will claim for something that you have not.
These are public or private hospitals you're talking about?
All facilities.
Okay.
When it is about SHA, then it is about whether public, faith-based, or private. Because
what I want to understand is if someone walks into a gynae's clinic and then they are treated and then they are told, now, this your medications.
Yes.
And then they go from this facility that they were treated and they probably go and get that medicine elsewhere.
From chemist.
From a chemist that is away from where they were treated. You're saying that shouldn't be happening?
It shouldn't be happening.
Allah.
You see...
And I'll tell you something. Let me tell you. Please go ahead. Yeah. Our universal health coverage is very robust. Extremely robust. When it was designed in such a way that when you go to a health facility, you don't go back to your pocket to pay for anything.
Yes.
That is why the money, the number of people you've treated in a facility, that money is reimbursed by SHA. You've treated somebody for malaria, and these are the drugs. So we see in the system that there was dispensing of the drugs. However, that bit has been a bit haphazard.
Yes.
Because some facilities will tell you, bado hatuna madawa. But remember, our facilities, especially the public facilities, are supposed to have committees. Health committees.
Yes.
You know, even in schools, there's PTA.
Yes.
And even the school board of management.
The school board of management. What is usually their work?
It's oversight.
Oversight. They look at budgets. They decide we want to build a class. They decide we want to employ a teacher. It is the same case now we have introduced in the healthcare system. That you must have committees for oversight. You must have a committee that will decide this money that has been reimbursed, what are we going to do with it? Are we going to add more drugs? Are we going to expand our maternity? Are we going to employ another nurse who is going to help? And this is where the challenge is, because probably some of those facilities have not formed the committees. So at the end of the day, the members of public, you own those facilities, because the committees are formed from the community. And the committees are formed by the people, either religious There must be a religious representation. There must be a youth representation. There must be a woman representation.
Okay.
But if the people maybe do not know at that particular area,
yes,
they may not go and ask who are our committee members for this facility. Otherwise, the way the healthcare system is structured right now, the communities have the power to actually question what is being done in the facility near them. So that we stop this issue of Hakuna Dawa. And then when Hakuna Dawa, we blame KEMSA. You have no KEMSA to blame anymore.
Okay.
The person to blame is the committee in that facility that has not allocated or that has not sat down to actually see what is not in that facility. And that is why SHA is structured in such a way that you are not supposed to move out of that facility without drugs.
You've actually told me something new I didn't know, and it's on that committee.
Yeah.
Now I'll go back to my community and check the facilities we have there.
Absolutely.
Who are the committee members?
Yeah, absolutely.
Matano,
and ask them,
yeah.
what is your plan for this quarter? The 2 million that was reimbursed to you the other day by
Yes.
SHA, what have you done with it?
Right.
Have you bought drugs? Have you bought PPEs for the healthcare workers? Or are you leaving them exposed? So what is the priority of that particular facility?
On matters to do with maternal health and newborn health,
yes,
what is the government doing to ensure that we reduce mortality rates as we move on?
At the moment, we actually have an RRI initiative that we have employed. And it's work in progress because we have realized that we have, in some counties, we have quite many mothers that die on the delivery bed, either due to neglect or due to inadequate equipment to perform certain roles during delivery. So we are having an RRI to ensure that maternal and child health, this reduction of either mother or child death in the country. I'll give you some time so that we can come and discuss in fully what is the discussion that is on the table before I preempt.
Yeah. On matters to do with ethical standards,
Yes.
we've been seeing a couple of issues arising here and there, quack doctors and so on and so forth. And we are sure that ikiwafikia munafanya kitu. But in terms of, and you've said something to do with surveillance, in terms of surveillance, do you also just check to ensure that the facilities in our communities are, number one, registered up to standard, and they actually have staff members who know their staff? We're not having a chicken farmer performing dentistry.
In healthcare, we have very many cadres. We start with the doctors, the nurses, the clinical officers, the nutritionists. We can go on and on. And each of these regulatory bodies have their role to play. Whether it is nutritionists, they are supposed to check those herbalists who are moving around here and cheating people. If it is the doctors, we are supposed to check if the doctors are qualified and are performing the right scope of work that they were trained for. I want to remind you of a case of the lady who died here in Kilimani while undergoing aesthetic
surgery.
Some liposuction process that she was going to, whatever it was, yes.
We have very few aesthetic doctors in this country. Maybe there are even less than 10.
Plastic surgeons.
Yes, plastic surgeons. We have very few of them in this country. So you can imagine the many facilities we see open.
And you're wondering, who are these people?
Who are these? And that is why we went all out to inspect all facilities that are performing those
functions.
Yeah. And we were able to come up with even a report that we even made public around it. And those facilities that were not licensed to do that, we closed them down. I think you have seen a bit of calm around that space. Same case with all the other facilities. If you have opened a facility, you must tell us what functions that you're going to perform in that facility, and our KMPDC is upbeat on that. We have quarterly inspections. Sometimes if you raise an alarm, we just read. We don't even tell you. Just come and re-inspect you and see whether you are still lying to us. That is why you will also see we close a lot of facilities that are on top of shops, because they are calling themselves level 4 facilities. Every level of a facility has its own, there are those functions that they are supposed to
perform. Yes.
There are those facilities that are not supposed to do any surgery whatsoever. But you'll find they have upgraded themselves. Okay? And they have started doing the surgeries and all that.
Yes.
And then you'll find people dying in that facility. So we downgraded most of them, because you'll not miss one or two that maybe was given a level, and then within that period they also lowered their standards. So we usually go and downgrade them.
Okay.
To make sure they serve.
How regularly what is the process with which or by which you coordinate with KMPDC? How do you work with them?
A KMPDC is my agency.
Yes. The reason I'm asking is this is really for our listeners. We had the CEO here, and he walked us through this process.
Yes.
But now, since his boss is here, I'm asking the boss.
Yeah. How do we coordinate?
Yes, exactly. So that you see the sanctity of healthcare.
Yeah.
And the critical details that are followed to ensure that these things are adhered to is something the listeners need to understand as often as they possibly can. So they actually know that a lot of attention is actually paid to the healthcare provision of Kenyans. Yes.
You see, KMPDC is implementation.
Yes, it is.
Whatever I'm saying, mine is on paper, then it's implementation.
Yes.
So I cascade down and follow up. Number 2, I am the accounting officer for KMPDC. So any money that comes or is allocated to KMPDC, it now passes through the ministry, through the State Department, and is allocated to KMPDC. If they need anything in whatever office in government, then they are supposed to coordinate with my office for reaching out to those offices, whether it is Treasury or any other ministry. So that is how agencies work within state departments, because they are within. If they are planning for maybe RRIs or anything that they want to do, the only thing they can do is to inform me, because it's already in their work plan, and I already have the work plan. So that is how we coordinate. Remember, during the budgetary process, we all know, we sit down together. It is a department issue at that time. It's not a KMPDC issue. We sit at the department. We have ceiling of the amount of money that the department is given. So that money is divided among the agencies that I have, depending on the role that they play. We have nursing council, it's the same. We have clinical officers council, it's the same. So it's not just KMPDC.
And all this pass through your department?
Yes.
Okay.
All this, they are under the department, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards. That's why we have the word professional standards at the end of
the department,
the public health, because the professional standards, it encompasses regulation of our facilities, regulation of healthcare workers, regulation of anything that you can imagine around healthcare. So ours is to make sure that these things are done.
Madam Pierce, it's interesting you've mentioned, you've just reminded me, there's this conversation with clinical officers that is currently ongoing. We're seeing a lot of drama. I think even yesterday, was it yesterday? They had this press conference they were having.
Yes.
What exactly is the problem there?
Can you talk about it?
I think, we can discuss, really. But I think healthcare workers, the issues around healthcare workforce is basically sitting on the table and agreeing. And for me, I encourage them, don't go to the streets. Let's sit until we agree.
Okay.
Don't make it a big issue. If it's the issue of accounting, there's a governor. Sit down with the governor, look at the remuneration of the workers, the issues that you have raised many times, and make sure they are met. If I can tell you, for the last 3 years when this government has been in place,
yes,
the number of issues that we have sorted around healthcare workforce, I don't think there's any other government that has. We have sorted issues of even perennial issues of non-payment. You've seen our doctors have been paid.
The interns.
I've not even gotten to the interns. I'm talking about the doctors that are working in facilities.
Yes.
A CBA that they signed in 2016.
It's been honored by this government.
It has been honored by this government in full. 3.5 billion shillings paid to them.
Yes.
In batches. We have seen the interns. They were in the streets every other day. We've been able to cover their issues. As I speak right now, I have allocation for all the money for interns for this financial year. And I expect the same for next financial year. And many other issues that we have seen. We have engaged clinical officers on their CBA. We've engaged nurses on their CBAs. We've signed some of them. So really, it's work in progress.
Okay.
And I wouldn't say we are giving up on human resources for health in this country. It is one of the pillars that we have in the Ministry of Health. Remember the bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
Right.
It touches on health as the 5th pillar, or even the 1st pillar of better, alongside agriculture, MSME, housing, digital economy, then health. Then when we come to health, we also break it down. What are our priorities? And the first on the list is human resources for health. You can have all the infrastructure. You can have all the commodities in your facility. You have every other thing that you require. But if you do not have the right human resource, then we still have a big problem in this country. So our coordination with the county governments is very, very critical. Whenever we see there's a problem in a certain county, we step in if the county is not able to handle that issue from end to end.
Dr. Miskela did come here and he said that we, in terms of facilities, we are set. We have met the world standards, the UN standards, and so on and so forth. But he also mentioned that staffing those facilities has been an issue. Was he right in saying that?
Well, depending on where, because I do not want to blame any county that they do not have adequate
staff.
There are those that have less staff. It is true.
Yes.
And there are those that are okay. So if we need to discuss about facilities, I may bring you the report.
Okay.
So that we are able to go county by county.
Yes.
And put them on a go. Why?
Yeah.
They have not been able to employ. But you have seen this progress. Every other day, we have counties employing healthcare workers.
Yes.
And that is what we are encouraging. And sometimes the budgetary issue, the budget may be an issue, but those are issues that are being improved on a daily basis.
Okay.
And that is why you have seen the reimbursement of SHA really has not stopped you from equally looking into the workforce at those facilities.
Yes. Actually, I do have a question on SHA, but I'll get to it in a minute. On matters to do with universal healthcare, what are some of the challenges?
All this we are talking about is universal health coverage.
Yeah. So
and universal care.
Yeah.
So
some of the challenges include, of course, what we've just spoken about, doctors, staffing, and so on and so forth, the human resource. Is there any other challenge that you would say is a big issue and perhaps the government is really putting some sort of strength on that particular area to ensure that that is taken off as a matter of priority?
We have put put our best foot forward almost on everything. Commodities, I have told you about the reforms that are happening in KEMSA. Really, it's to ensure that there is refill in KEMSA 100%. And if you need any, when I talk about refill, it means if a governor wants to buy certain medicine, the go-to-go place is KEMSA. We will not have excuses that you are to janunua. Okay? Then the second thing is on equipment. We have a very big program that the national government and the county government are running called the NESP, National Equipment Services Program. And this program is to ensure that facilities are equipped with the right machines. The other day when the president was in Nyeri, somebody gave a testimony that the cases they would refer to Kenyatta are the cases that are being served at Mwai Teaching and Referral in Nyeri. And it is serving almost the whole of that region because it is now well equipped. Then when we look at human resource, I have still said that we are continuing to employ human resources every other day. But other than that, there is a very critical component that we have, the postgraduate training. And the postgraduate training, because the national government is in charge of training, we ring-fence funds for training healthcare workers to higher levels. We help doctors, they can become specialists in any way, those who want to become surgeons, and the government pays for them. That means you can come for 1 year and still go back to the county that you belong. You actually must go back to the county that you belong to serve there. So we've improved in that, the number of specialists that we are training and retraining in this country. Then equally, we are talking about infrastructure. You have seen the expansion in facilities. You have seen His Excellency himself talking about taking over some of the stalled projects in the county governments and making sure that they are completed. One case in point is the Nyandarua Teaching and Referral Hospital, the level 5 facility that they have been coming up with. It's actually been taken over by the national government to get completed in terms of infrastructure. You have seen some facilities have been upgraded from level 5 to level 6. That means the national government is going to run that facility at any given time. So really, it's an all-round effect, and we can't say that challenges are not there. Challenges are there every other day.
For sure.
Even in your own household, there are challenges. In fact, you can start a project, umeanza mradi ya kuku, and then you find all chicks have died. That does not mean that you stop doing the business altogether because there's a challenge. It's the same case with government projects. We could start with ambition, but it doesn't move as fast as we have expected. And that's the process that we are in right now. You've seen this a bit of improvement in terms of the number of people who say SHA has worked for me. Initially, SHA was not working for anybody. And everybody would say it's not working. But go even to a church today and ask, is SHA working? They'll tell you it is working.
Can I ask this question?
Yes.
The department that you have, do you have a communication master plan? Meaning, yes, health is devolved. All these wonderful things that we are saying here are not wonderful if people don't know them, they don't hear them, and it doesn't work for them. I asked the question because if I look at the issues that came up with SHA, most of those problems were communication related. Because it wasn't a question of it isn't working. Most people didn't even understand SHA. They didn't know the authority. They didn't know the primary health component. They didn't know the shift component. They didn't know the critical and chronic ailment. They didn't know. They knew SHA is the hospital. Now, when we talk about the changes that have been made and the benefits that accrue from these changes, does the department or the ministry have a communication master plan by which they plan to cascade all these things. I say this with the background of COVID. Fellow Kenyans.
Yes.
Without fail, daily.
Yes.
You knew. I wash my hands.
Yes.
Something like 3 or 4 times a day.
Yes.
Now, I used to wash it once or twice.
Yeah.
Why? Because that thing got stuck in my subconscious. We need some of these things to stick in people's subconscious and mind. What's the plan?
This is part of the plan.
Expound.
Yes, it is.
Maybe we should improve.
Yes.
But why am I here? It's because it's part of the plan.
Yes, it is part of the plan.
Of cascading down to a segment of people.
Yes.
I'm in RG Radio today.
Yes. And we thank you for coming to RG
So,
Radio. Yes.
Probably we are not doing enough.
Actually, you're
and
not.
We should go
yes.
and improve
Actually,
into our communication strategy.
Yes, you should.
On how we get information to the masses.
So people know.
So that people can know the good things that I'm talking about here.
Yes.
And they can also give us feedback.
Yes.
So that is taken very positively. Once I go back to the ministry, I'll convey the same message.
Yeah. There's a question here from a viewer. Hi, ask her if SHA covers cancer yearly. This is checkup. Whether it is on PET scan. I think she's asking whether it will pay for the PET scan or other cancer indicators during checkup.
I think we need to go back and check on the tariff. But right now, holistically, I can tell you, SHA fund has moved from a mere 300 to 800. So somebody needs to go and check on the specifics. How much is given to each specific space that you're talking about, which I can check for.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a testimony of a friend.
Yeah.
I was being given this news yesterday. The wife has been unwell, cancer. She's been in Mombasa. I will not specify which hospital. As usual with cancer, the concern is cost. The information I was given yesterday was that SHA has footed the entire bill.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a good thing.
So, this was news I was being given yesterday evening.
Absolutely.
So, if SHA has taken care of that bill, it means the worry that we had is now gone.
It's gone.
Absolutely.
Yes. Another question here from another viewer. Hi, ask the PS why the pilot and implementation differed when it comes to drugs during piloting. The money for drugs was sent to KEMSA directly, and it made it easier for counties to have drugs. But during implementation, the money is sent to counties so they can buy the drugs, and that is where the problem begins. I don't know if you've understood.
That is the law.
That is the law. That was a very long question.
That is the law. I've grasped.
And a very simple
I know the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because the law states when the patient is treated, you're reimbursed the funds and then you initiate depending. Remember, there's the oversight committee that decides. So how will KEMSA decide for you that you need aspirin or you need Panadol?
It's you to tell KEMSA.
It is you to tell KEMSA, this is what I need. However, it's a conversation that can be progressed. That we could cut from the source. That you pay the pending bill for KEMSA and you continue being refilled of your medication. Anyway, those are administrative issues which probably we don't need to discuss at public level. They can be, there are issues that can be handled in the ministry.
Finally, because we've run out of time. How is the ministry involving citizens in coming up with policy? Because at the end of the day, we are the ones getting this treatment. So, how are you, involving the citizenry into
you
this?
You can never, ever go through any act without public participation. In fact, somebody will go to court if there is no public participation. But tell me, today you are in the radio station.
Yes.
Maybe we announced, and we usually put it in the papers. But you have earphones, and you're not able to come for the public participation. You see? And you didn't bother to find out whether it happened. I will challenge you that when this happens, announce in the radio, leo kuna public participation.
Okay.
I have gone even on budgetary issues where the members of public are supposed to come and say, this is what we want. And you find 2-3 people are the ones who have gathered in the building. So we need a way that citizens embraced public participation.
Okay.
This isn't your minister's problem, madam.
Yeah.
This one, there is need for this public participation discussion to take place.
Yes.
So that Parliament understands and then legislates
Yeah.
what the people consider public participation to mean. Because right now it's vague. When you say public participation, what exactly do you mean? Because this is public participation.
Yes.
There is a public, they are commenting, you're reading, there's a discussion taking
We
place.
want the structured public participation, which is even in the law.
Yes.
That it is announced for the members of public to know that we will be in this place
at this time,
and this is the discussion. So that even you can even send your memorandum. Okay? Today, we can't call this public participation official public participation.
Yes.
I can only get views which I will feed them in to any other forum that is structured. But what we need is when there is an issue that concerns the attention of the citizens, citizens must come out and give their views. Let you be saying, I sent this memorandum and it was not taken care of.
Yes.
Other than saying, I wish I knew.
Madam P.S., I'll allow you 10 seconds to answer this question. It has been written in capital letters.
Which one is that?
Hii nikilenga wanaweza nilaani. David Chumo is asking, why are SHA rejecting claims for mothers delivering babies if their SHA is not up to date?
Please give us the issue.
Okay.
Those are specifics. That is what we call specifics. Give us the issue, which facility, which mother. Give us the details so that we are able to follow up.
Okay.
But I want to say something. I know we have stated that SHA should be paid for the whole year.
Yes.
There's a bit of a confusion with the members of public because somebody says, well, yeah, I can't afford this. But there's the option of Lipa SHA Pole Pole, which I'm sorry I've not been able to go through during the radio
interview
show. Lipa SHA Pole Pole works for you when you do not have enough money to pay for the whole year. And the government is giving you this money and telling you, please pay for your insurance. But because when mtu wa mjengo, you tell me how much you can afford per day to refund this money before the end of the year.
All right.
For instance, if you have 3,600 to pay for the year and you can only afford a 50 bob per day or 100 bob, the government will allow you to pay exactly that.
Right.
But you need to enter in the system and say, I need to access the service of Lipa SHA Pole Pole.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam.
And
P.S.
if you can divide 3,600 divide by 12 is actually 300 per month.
Yes.
300 per month divide by 30 is actually 10 bob per day.
Yeah.
I'm sure most citizens will afford 10 bob per day if they take up the issue of Lipa SHA Pole Pole.
Right.
Because payments of SHA is depending with your capability.
All right.
But I want to touch on something before we go.
All right.
Drugs and substance. I think it has become a public health threat. It is the high time we talked about it. Even you, while you sit here on a daily basis, please talk about it. We are doing the very best, especially on issues nicotine. We've seen this has created a rise in terms of cancer, respiratory issues, issues of electric cigars, pouches, what is it called?
Bangi.
You know. But some of these drugs, they are actually mixed together and they form a concoction. So really, it's a worrying trend. We are doing the very best, and especially at Port Health, we are stopping any kind of substance we detect is not good for the public good.
All right.
Very soon we are going to ban some of them in Mombasa. In fact, I'm in the process of preparing that. some of the consignments that we have got, because some consignments are written to be sold in Kenya only. So we keep wondering, why didn't you sell where you where this was manufactured? Why is it for Kenya only? But you see, that is what is exciting those who partake of it, because maybe it gets you high very quickly, or it gets you excited, but it takes a toll on your body slowly by slowly. At the end of the day, you get respiratory issues, you get internal organs issues, because there could have been a component that is very, very lethal for your body. So the issue of drugs and substance, I know His Excellency has spoken about it, but in our small spaces, in our influences, please influence your circle.
Can we invite you so that we can talk about this at greater length later?
I'm ready.
Thank you. We will invite you.
That is Mary Muthoni, the PS, Principal Secretary, State Department of Public Health and Professional Standards at the Ministry of Health. Coming up next is His Excellency Daniel Scare, the Estonian Ambassador to Kenya. Right now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Every birth is a moment filled with hope, love, and trust. At the Nairobi South Hospital, we honor this journey by providing world-class maternity care in a safe, modern, and compassionate environment. From antenatal care to delivery and postnatal support, our advanced facilities and dedicated team of doctors, midwives, and nurses ensure every mother and baby receives personalized, dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Health is focusing on preventing diseases, keeping patients safe, and working with counties to ensure all Kenyans get timely care, says Principal Secretary Mary Muthoni. New laws, including the Digital Health Act and the Facility Improvement Financing Act, are helping protect health funds and improve services. The government is also educating people and strengthening primary health systems to reduce preventable illnesses.
That is what we are doing right now. So the quality of care and patient safety is very, very critical. And encompassing all this, we will have 5 laws that are governing public health and the curative services. One is the Digital Health Act of 2023. The Digital Health Act basically means interrelatability of data. Unlike before, when we used to go to facilities carrying quota exercise books, we have said this is the time that exercise books are meant for students, and you just go to a facility and you find your name with your ID card.
Right.
Secondly, we have the Social Health Insurance Financing Act.
The government has intensified measures to secure water borders in a bid to curb the smuggling of illicit alcohol and narcotics into the country. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says surveillance will be heightened in Lake Victoria and Lake Turkana, which he identified as the major entry routes for contraband. Murkomen made the remarks in Kisumu during a visit to Coast Guard officers stationed at Lake Victoria.
We want to expedite that process to enable the Coast Guards to and to working together in a multi-agency with a multi-agency team from other sectors to ensure that they can patrol the Lake Victoria.
One of the things that has been discussed today is the issue of safety in the lake. I want to point out in particular those who have taken their resources and their wealth to invest in fish cages in the lake. We have had occasions where the fish cages have been robbed overnight, and I'm glad that the government is taking the security of the fishermen and the fisherfolk very seriously.
A family from Migori County is appealing for help after failing to clear hospital and mortuary bills for their late relative, Francis Chilo, whose body is still lying at Mbagathi Hospital in Nairobi. The family says it is struggling to raise money to transport his body home for burial. Achilo fell ill in November and was admitted to Mbagathi Hospital on November 8th, 2025. He died weeks later on November 30th, 2025. The family has been slapped with a bill of 86,000 Kenya shillings. Kenya continues to see a growing number of its citizens traveling abroad for work, with more than 538,000 leaving since 2022. Projections indicate that the figure could reach 1 million within the next year. This comes as the multi-agency task force on travel agency and labor fraud releases its 6-month review of investigations into fraudulent overseas employment schemes. The report indicates that 390 cases are under active investigation, with 116 directly involving travel agents accused of cheating Kenyans hoping to find work abroad. The life of Uganda's veteran opposition politician Kizza Besigye is in danger, according to his wife Winnie Byanyima. In a statement shared on social media after visiting him in prison, Byanyima said the 69-year-old is extremely weak and unwell. However, prison authorities have denied the claims. Besigye, former personal doctor to President Yoweri Museveni and long-time political rival, has been in detention since November 2024. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Chelsea beat Champions League newcomers Pafos to keep their hopes alive of finishing in the top 8. However, it took 77 minutes to break down the Cypriot side through Moises Caicedo's diving header. The midfielder reacted quickest to Pedro Neto's corner after it flicked off Pafos substitute Nani Di Mata, pouncing to head home from close range. It had threatened to be an embarrassing evening for Chelsea against the competition debutants. Fermin Lopez scored twice as Barcelona beat Slavia Prague 4-2 to boost their chances of moving straight into the last 16 of the Champions League. The hosts took a 10-minute lead after Thomas Holz flicked on a corner and Vasil Kusej bundled the ball over the line from close range. Lopez scored his first goal in the 34th minute with a fierce shot that went in past goalkeeper Jindrik Stanek. The result means Slavia Prague, with only 3 points from 7 matches, were eliminated with a game to spare. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 12 minutes past 8 o'clock and we're just about to have an awesome conversation here. Now, if you're listening to us in Nairobi, it's 88.8 FM. In Mombasa, it's 90.7 FM. But if you're on your way to Garissa, kindly make sure that you tune in to 89.5 and where you shall get us loud and clear. Indeed, it is the People's Breakfast. And in studio, we have a gentleman who has got an amazing bow tie. I'm talking about the Estonian ambassador to Kenya, His Excellency Daniel Scare. How do I say that last name? Share.
Like Sunny and Share.
I've been saying Scare since yesterday when I was telling our listeners that you'd be here. But it's Share.
Yes.
Like share a meal.
Yes.
All right. Nice to have you, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
And I was just telling CT the great things that we had previously about Estonia, because we did have another envoy here a couple of weeks ago. And one thing that came out clearly is that you guys are very serious, pretty serious about your education system there. One thing that she mentioned, and it has stuck with me since that time, is the fact that at a very young age, the students are taught entrepreneurship, and it's something perhaps shall even delve deeper into our conversation here. So karibu tena sana.
Asante.
I understand you also know very good Swahili, or has someone lied to me?
Poli, I'm working on it. It's not coming that quickly. I have to. Since we're moving here soon,
right.
We're opening the embassy this year. So
Yes.
so great news, and so I'm working on it. But it's a task.
Right. Are you finding it difficult though?
I think you need to practice. So you need to be with people who are. But I'm catching words. So when people are talking, I recognize some words, and I've been trying to do it on one of these apps. It's called Duolingo, but it's not. It's not
helping.
It's not helping. It's teaching for a little bit, and you're trying to get the scores, but it's not actually. It's not entering. So I think when I get here, then it'll start sticking to me as well.
But you know the basics. Like for example, if you want to say good morning, habari yako.
Habari,
yeah. If you want to tell someone bye bye, kwaheri.
Kwaheri.
Right. Don't worry. I'll teach you some Swahili.
Asante.
Stick around.
Asante.
Yeah. You said the embassy is going to be opened soon.
Yes.
I thought for the longest time we had an embassy here. Why is it opening in 2026?
No, we've actually had an honorary consulate, and I think maybe it was the honorary consul who was here meeting with you. So she's been living here for over 30 years and been our honorary consul for 20 years. So we only have one embassy in Africa currently, and it's in Egypt. And we're 1.3 million people, so we're not a huge country, but we've seen the potential of Africa, and we've chosen Kenya to be the first location of our embassy in sub-Saharan Africa. So I think that's a clear indication of our interest in building relations between our two countries.
Yeah. What are some of the aspects in terms of our bilateral agreements are we looking forward to between our two countries?
So we focus a lot on digitalization. You obviously know that Estonia is the most digital country in the world. 100% of our services are online, so similar to e-citizen, but really everything. So if there's a new service that comes in and it's not digitalized, it's almost a strike, in the country. That everybody's very upset, that I have to go to an office somewhere. So we don't go to the government offices. It's very seamless.
Does the government have offices?
It does. It does. But I think there's so for example for passports, I think there's one office in Tallinn, which is 500,000, and there's one office because you book your time slot, and if you're going to get your document, or you have your exactly when you're going there. And then there's no queuing. You just go. I mean, there's a live queue for those who forgot to book or who need something at the last minute and things like that. But normally you book your time slot, so there's no queuing. You go in there and you go and you get out. So it's very efficient.
Marriage, you say everything is online.
Yes,
you get married online.
So they changed it. So the last things that to become digitalized was marriage and divorce. But the thing is, it's the application is digitalized. There's still a cool-off period that you have for both for marriage and divorce. You make the application, and then there's a period that 30 days, or I can't remember off the top of what it exactly is, before it happens. So it's not you press one button, you're married, and you press the other button, and you're divorced within a couple of minutes. It's not like that. It's really just the process. And for marriage, you still normally have to go and show yourself with your partner to confirm it. But we try to do everything as easy as possible.
So even the conversation you have, is it online or do you have to be in person? Because if you're divorcing, you're not divorcing yourself, you're divorcing somebody else, or someone else is divorcing you.
Yeah.
So do the two of you present yourself physically, or do you have a conversation online?
So for divorce, you don't have to go physically, but most cases for marriage you have to go physically.
They need to see you
because they want to say, they want to make sure that that the real people exist.
That there's no AI you're getting married
exactly.
to. Yes.
Exactly. So
what about land transactions?
Yes.
Land.
Yes.
Do people buy and sell land in Estonia?
Absolutely. So our cadastre, the entire cadastre is digitalized. Anybody can access it. You can go right now, open your internet here, and you can go and see the entire country digitalized by plot, click on every plot, get all kinds of information about each plot, and the same way the transactions are also digitalized. And what they've done is with the different ways of identifying yourself, you're able to do these transactions now in a virtual call. So you still have to use the services of what's the name?
Solicitor, lawyer.
Yes, not the lawyer, but there's the one who puts a stamp on it.
He's not an advocate. He is called
no.
Yes, let's continue.
Anyways, but
we know the person.
You have to use
a notary.
Yeah, notary public. Yeah,
yes.
You have to use them, but you can do it in a virtual call now these days because you're able to identify yourself to do the final signature. You're able to do it digitally. So they just have to see you, they have to talk to you, they have to explain to you what is the risk in selling the property, whether the agreement that you're signing, the notary public has to inform you that, I believe that this point here is a risk. I make sure that you're aware of that before you sign. And so, that can be done virtually, and you have a person there, and then the digital signature is legally binding from anywhere in the world.
So essentially you're saying that every citizen of Estonia who lives in Estonia or doesn't has a unique identifier.
Yes.
Something that isn't easy to duplicate.
Exactly.
And that is what provides the security so that when somebody's transacting, they know it is actually you who is transacting.
But it's not only every citizen, it's also every resident, and it's also the e-resident. So we have e-residency where any person in the world can apply for this, and it gives you access.
E-residency.
Yes. It doesn't give you a visa, it doesn't give you the opportunity to live in Estonia, but it gives you access to all of the services, allows you open a company in Estonia and in the European Union. So but since it's very serious, it can only be issued by the embassies.
Okay.
So right now you would have to go to Estonia or to Egypt or to London or to whatever. But now when we open the embassy here, we'll be able to issue the e-residencies from the embassy here.
Talk about this e-residency.
Yes.
I've never heard of anything of this sort. I can access services in a country electronically.
Yes.
And so I am actually given this permission, if I may call it that.
Yes.
Okay. What's the catch? What are the hindrances to my getting this e-residency?
So the link is, for example, you've met an Estonian, and UCT, you want to make a company with them. And you don't want to go flying to Estonia every time to do the board meetings or to do whatever. So you're able to do the meeting online.
Yes.
And then you just sign digitally because it gives you your digital signature is legal tender. So you can have the entire company made up of e-residents.
All right.
In different countries in the world, have their meeting online.
Yes.
And then you just sign the decisions that were made, and those are legal tender. So the interest is that you will have an EU company that's running from Estonia, but you never have to set foot in Estonia. So, for example, with the war going on in Ukraine,
yes,
the Ukrainians are very happy to be able to access the market by opening a company, having access to the services. When the UK left the European Union,
yes,
with Brexit, a lot of Brits applied for the residency because then they would have a company in the European Union where they're able to do their business.
Okay.
So in addition to the things like the foreign exchange risk is because you're not changing the money all the time. If you're still buying things from the European Union, if you have your activities there, then you're not having the foreign currency risk, and also it gives you just the ease of doing business. So we have I think it's about 150,000 e-residents. So about gives us about 10% of our
population.
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting. You've mentioned some of the benefits, including being able to be a member of, or rather having your business registered in the European Union.
Yes.
What other benefits would I have if I were to register a company in Estonia? And do I need to have a partner? Do I need to have an Estonian as one of my business partners?
No, you don't need an Estonian as your business partner. But I mean, some of the challenges is that if you need to move the money back,
right?
That tends to be the challenge because I mean it's the different EU rules apply. So same as if you have a company in another country, or if you're doing business there, you're selling something, having the money come back to Kenya or to the continent is often the challenge. But the taxes, if you have a profit there and you reinvest it, we don't tax reinvested profits.
Okay.
So it gives an opportunity. We've decided that it's an opportunity for, if the company needs to use those funds.
Yes.
Then why do we tax it when they're still using them in a way? They're not taking it out of the company. They're putting it in the company to make it stronger.
Yeah.
So we decided we're not going to tax them until the person takes the money actually out of the company.
Okay.
So I think that's another benefit that you're able to use. You're able to reinvest your profits to make your company stronger and more efficient.
Sounds good. One thing also the Honorary Consular did tell us when she was here is we have a lot of students coming to Estonia to study. What are some of the areas of interest that Kenyans are studying in Estonia?
It's very much ICT. So the Tallinn Technical University, TalTech, has one of some of the best technological programs. E-governance but I mean still like technologies, green technologies, all of these areas. They go to Tallinn University. So we had a program where we had 20 students from Strathmore University came on a program called Digital Explorers.
Okay.
So they had a 4-month internship that was facilitated by Tallinn University. So they also have a governance, e-governance program where they paired these students with companies. So some of them came to return now to do their masters in Estonia. Some of them are actually working for Estonian companies, but from Kenya.
Okay.
Because they're able to do the programming from here. You don't have to be in Estonia to do the programming.
True.
And also the other part of the e-residency is you can use that unique single identity to access the company's services, or the company, not the company service, but the company's system. So, for example, if you're coming here into work and you need to log in Estonia, almost everybody uses the ID card to do so. So you're able to to also safely distribute your emails or whatever because you have that identity. And then we also have Tartu University, which is the traditional style university that covers all of the full range of different topics. Exactly. So African students are the second largest group if we take them in total, and even I think the Nigerians are even in the top 3, or even the second group. The Finns are the largest, and then it's African students who are studying in Estonia.
Okay, yeah, you mentioned Nigerians, and those guys are everywhere. They are in every single country, and Kenyans as well. We are everywhere. I was shocked to find Kenyans in Siberia. And I was like, what?
Why
place is cold?
There are people who call in here.
Yeah.
Someone says in the Philippines, and you're asking, what are you doing in the Philippines?
Philippines, by the way, I get it.
I don't get it.
Siberia.
That
place is cold.
Well, I wouldn't know. I've never been to Siberia.
No, I know because I see documentaries, tons of them.
Are you telling me that Siberia is cold? It's always cold?
Maybe you can help him understand.
It's quite cold all the time. So
all the time.
Well,
I mean, they do have summer.
It's colder than us.
Colder than us.
Than Estonia.
Yeah.
But the Estonians are the same. The Estonians you can find everywhere. So Hemingway has written into one of his books. It's a little bit misquoted, but it's that you can find 2 Estonians in every port. So basically, what he was saying was that when he was in a port destination, and there were 2 journalists, and their job was to travel around the world and report to Estonia about these different destinations.
Yeah.
So the first Estonians to Africa were actually in the 16th century, and they were in the first ones were in the Gold Coast. So when the Swedes actually had their their company, the Swedish Africa company, was on the Gold Coast. So he was working for them, and the second one was in Cape Town in South Africa.
Yeah.
So we had this tradition, and then we also had the missionaries period. So there's an Estonian missionary who wrote the first Maasai language spelling or sort of dictionary book. So the first one to put the words, the language into print was in Estonian.
Really?
Yeah.
This Estonian wrote this book in Maasai.
Yes. It was like a spelling book, like a dictionary. So
Right.
how to how to understand
How to
the
learn the Maasai language.
Yes.
Interesting. Something I didn't know. And there's a piece of information that is quite useful. Education. The from what I understand is, folks who are in the primary education system, they learn a lot, including and not limited, obviously, to entrepreneurship. Could you kindly let us know how that works?
So the way that we have it is in Estonia, the curriculum is not taught. Today is page 1 to 3, tomorrow is 4 to 6. You're given a curriculum, and the teacher is told by the end of the school year, your student should know this.
Right.
Because we all know that, the level of interest of certain topics, or even the capabilities in certain topics are different for the children.
True.
So it's up to the teacher to be able to teach in a method that everyone learns and that everybody comprehends what they're learning.
Okay.
And it's something that we're working here together with Kenya, where we're working the ministry has asked us to assist in the curriculum of teaching of teachers. Because everybody thinks, Estonia is everything digital, so all of the education must be digital. No.
Yeah.
It's still I heard the PS who was speaking before from health, that is about human resources.
Yes.
When teaching is exactly the same. So the teachers have to be able to make sure that the student understands, and they're not just memorizing and not just regurgitating what's from the textbook. And I think that's where the key is. What you decide to teach is what you in your country believe are the most important skills for these children to continue. So last time I came at the end of last year, we were in Kisumu, where we have a project. It's called the Unicorn Squad. And the Unicorn Squad in Estonia was put together by an Estonian businessman because his daughters, he felt they didn't have enough access to tech and to STEM topics. And so what he's done a class for young girls, 9 to 11, I think, or 9 to 12. And he brought that class here to Kisumu. And the way we saw with these young girls, with using robotics, using the green screen, all of these things. I mean, the parents were looking on and they were shocked because the children were far past. 9, 10-year-olds were far past what you and I would know about robots. They were putting together robots and they were driving around and everything like this. So you could see that the leadership of the school system there was very, very surprised. And it's just a matter of deciding what you want them to have and to learn, and to give them these opportunities, because young kids are like a sponge.
Yeah, they absorb everything.
Excellency, how do you train your teachers? How are teachers in Estonia trained, and how do you certify teachers?
The university. So the university programs have a teachers.
How many years does one study to become a teacher?
That's a good question. I don't have the top.
Is it just the normal years that somebody studies for an undergraduate course?
It's definitely masters.
Are there additional diplomas or masters that you must?
So they've just now implemented a program where you have a junior teacher and you have a senior teacher, and I think that to go the different level you have to do additional education opportunities. But they're always learning. The teachers are always trying to fulfill.
So to be a teacher beyond just the academic studying in the university, you have to be certified.
Yes.
Which means there's an exam you have to sit for.
I'm not sure if it's just the exam or if you just need the teaching degree. I think that the degree might be sufficient.
I'm thinking, I am a teacher myself, and I'm thinking like one, and I'm thinking of the process I went through with the teaching practice and then certification and then registration, so that you're part of what they call the Teacher Service Commission.
Yes.
And then I'm comparing it with, say, the way they train teachers in Germany.
Yes.
And I'm looking at the rigor and the demand and then the very, very high standards. This question arises from what it is that students are expected to learn.
Yes.
Because the effective learning process will be determined by how well those teachers are trained.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I think that what we're seeing is the modern education system is different from what it was before. So I mean, I have a feeling that the certificate or the diploma isn't as important as whether the teacher has all the competences.
Yes.
And what we have another program that we've started here that was also implemented by our startup, funded by our startup community, is called Code Nairobi, KOOD, Code in Estonian, and it started in Estonia in a city or a town called Jõhvi. And what it is it's a programming school. But the thing is, there's no real diploma at the end. It's actually getting you a job, and the trick there is that you're in a hands-on learning environment. You're actually working on projects, on programs that you're actually going to be doing when you're in your job. So, and I think that the teaching is the same thing. The teacher should already be working on projects or working on skills that they're going to use when they're teaching, because the initial the first university degree, I mean, that's all to make you understand how to think, and it has a different role. But when you're specifically becoming a teacher, the education component should be that what will be very much in line with the everyday work of a teacher. And I mean, I think it makes sense to have mentoring with older teachers, and to work together and to be able to understand what are the questions, what are the challenges for you. Because just coming from an academic background and being put into a school is, I think, a very big challenge for teachers.
I'd like to look at some of the areas that Kenya can learn from Estonia. Digital growth. Let's talk about digital growth partnerships. What can you say about that?
Well, I think we're already working in these areas together with the European Union and our German colleagues at GIZ. We have a project that we recently helped the government out send more services. So one of the services is a registration of births immediately by the nurses digitally.
Right.
So I mean, I think that Kenya is very advanced on different services and what the government provides. But one of the challenges where we're also trying to help is on interoperability. So how to make all of these different databases, how to make the data reach out to each other, speak to each other, and I think that's sort of the future. Because if we're looking also towards AI, you need the data, but also you need to be able to share the data. You need to be able to collect it into one place, or be able to understand, analyze it.
Yes.
So I think the ease of doing business. We met with the CEO from Kenya Invest this week,
right?
And he's been working for 10 years on previously on doing business and making it easier. And I think that is the next level in Kenya.
Yes,
is how to make that digitalization makes doing business easier for Kenyan companies, because of course SMEs worldwide are what makes your economy grow.
Very
I mean,
true.
Everybody talks about the big hyper super duper blue chips and the unicorns. At the end of the day, it's SMEs. So what I often tell our colleagues from the continent who come to visit us is I always make sure that they meet with Estonian companies. And I always tell them that these are the SMEs. They pay my taxes.
Yes.
So my job is to make their life easier. The government's job is to make their life easier. The government's job is not to make their own life easier.
True.
We might want to make sure that these business people have more time to do business and less time to have to interact with us, the government, exactly, and less bureaucracy. And I think that is also President Ruto. I think that's his goal. I mean, his goal is to make sure that doing business and is easier and streamlined. Of course, it's not always easy because there's the question of legacy and change management, and people are used to going in the office and getting that stamp, and that person who's giving that stamp has a job, and if that stamp is no longer needed because it's digital, then you need to retrain that person and find out how you're going to upskill them and give them a new job. So I mean, it's you have to look at the whole picture as well.
Right, and you're right, because before we started applying for our driver's licenses online, you had to go to a post office, queue, make the payment, someone goes to the back office to ensure that they, develop or write up your license and then give it to you. So it used to take a lot of time before you got your license. But nowadays you get online, 5 minutes max, you have your license and good to go. And I'm sure that happens a lot in Estonia, especially with the digitization of majority of your services. You've said actually all services.
100% the government services.
Awesome.
So I mean, one example linked to where we're at now, linked to the driver's license. We also have to have a health checkup with your doctor to link to your license.
You don't say.
And so when your health checkup expires,
right,
you get an email saying you have 2 months more time before it expires. Please go and redo it. And the same thing is with your driver's license.
Yes,
you get an email 3 months or 2 months before your license is about to expire. Please go and redo it. And now the next level of this is that you're going to have an AI that interacts with you immediately. So the AI will tell you that you need it, and then you say, "Okay, AI, please apply for it."
Okay.
So that's what the future of e-government,
so you
e-gov will look like.
You have a personal secretary just doing this for you.
Yeah. So the AI will tell you on all the transactions, and they will immediately find the right place.
Yes.
Where you need to go make that application, and in some cases even be able to do the first steps of the application for you, and then you just have to sign it and verify that it's you.
What happens at the doctor's office during this medical checkup for me to get my license or renew my license?
Yes.
Yeah.
So of course, there's all of the blood pressure, blood work. So let's check your general health. Then they check your eyes.
All this for me to just get a license, the driver's license.
Yes.
You have to check my blood
every 5
but
years.
you do need to see in order to drive, don't you?
Hold on. So you check my eyes, check my blood work. What else?
Well, to make sure that you don't, your blood pressure, to make sure that you're not at risk for other people, because if you have a health challenge. But it's also, I think it's also a way of making sure that, the Estonians are not very keen on going to the doctor if they have health challenges, because the Estonian men, I'm healthy and I'm strong, and
it's not just Estonian men. Even men right here have a similar problem.
So I'm guessing that it's also linked to this, that you're also getting people to make sure that every 5 years they're still doing a health check.
You see, the reason I asked that question, and I like the answer and I like what is happening in Estonia. You remember we're talking, actually we've done this so many times on the show, talking about cancer, diabetes and other diseases.
Yes.
Imagine if I am renewing my license and I go to this doctor and I am checked and they're able to detect some of these problems early in advance. So it started off as me wanting to get my license, but now the doctor has caught something that I could have encountered or discovered way later into the disease. I think we should implement such a thing here in Kenya.
Actually, there is something that certain insurance entities that provide, they actually provide the service. They call it a health check.
But you see, for them, it's mandatory.
That's the beauty of it.
Yes.
I'm saying this because we have a health process and program that we call SHA that is supposed to cover every citizen of this country. Now, if the renewal of your SHA membership, is determined by you attending or ensuring that you have a health check, you will get that health check, because in the absence of that health check, you will not be able to renew or to pay for that particular process that SHA supposedly provides for you.
Look at the population of this country, and then look at the number of cars we have on the roads, piki-pikis we have on the roads, tractors, basically all vehicles. And I'm looking at that population. If we just get them to get tested after every X amount of time, that would actually be awesome.
Remember, this against the backdrop of the digital availability that this country has. Every time I think of digital, I think of Kenya and I think of our rural areas where the largest number of individual Kenyans live. And their access to just basics like lighting, electricity, even the digital presence. Do Estonians farm? Do you people have farmland?
Yes, we do have farmland, but it's been reduced a lot since we restored our independence, because we are not, because it's a smaller market, we only have one season. So
you have one season,
one growing season. Yeah, that's
One.
it. Yes, and it's very short because the summer growing season. I mean, it's getting longer now with climate change, but it's a season.
How long
short.
is it?
Well, it's depending on the crops. It can be, but I mean, real summer type of weather like we have right now here. This month, this is Estonian summer for us. Midsummer is about 2 months.
Okay,
if we're
2
lucky.
months. And
3
how cold?
months.
How cold is it?
The summer is exactly right now what we have here, maximum 27, 28, and
Okay.
during the evening it goes down to the cooler
15,
temperatures
16.
like here. But in the winter it goes down to minus 20, minus 30 is sometimes. Minus 30 is not long term, but 10, 15 you can have several weeks of it.
You know, you're saying gaga, and Siberia minus 70.
Forget Siberia, my friend.
No, I just want to show you the comparison.
I encountered 2 degrees, and I was in pain.
But in Estonia we have a saying that there's no such thing as bad weather, it's the wrong clothing.
Okay.
So you have to have layers. So when our colleagues from Kenya come, they've understood that what they need is they need the under sweater. I don't know if you know the really
the thermal.
No. Just like like the vest or
Yes.
so you have your suit.
Yes.
And you have like I have my shirt on, and then you
Right.
put another sweater or a vest underneath that, and that's what you need to go around the whole time.
Not thermal. No, you
I
don't-
mean, he probably has a thermal under that as well. But
Yes.
but
What do Estonians grow? What food crops do you grow?
we have a lot of grains, wheats, and we have rapeseed. The rapeseed oil,
Canola.
Sorry, yes.
Yes. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. Yeah. It's just a different name.
Right,
yeah.
right.
And we actually after the beginning of the war in Ukraine, we actually exported quite a lot to Africa because the markets were quite
distorted because of the war. Yes.
And I mean, I was actually checking on it because I was looking at the numbers. We do export quite a lot of our food, meat and fish products and chicken, and I'm guessing normally it goes through the central markets. Nobody has the big companies don't have the time to look for individual purchasers, so they go to the big market, and then the market price dictates, and whoever your client is, whoever orders it. But I'm guessing that the prices were increasing so much more on the continent because of the unavailability of Ukrainian wheats and cereals
and so forth, yes.
and grains that it was attractive for Estonians also to sell to the continent.
Is Estonia food secure? Can Estonia feed itself without getting food from anywhere else?
Yes. However, we since it's the European Union, our big neighbor Poland is far more efficient and also price competitive because of the markets of scale. So I mean, being in the European Union has let us focus on what we do best, and our neighbors focus on
what they do best.
on what they do best.
So you coexist on that level.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Exactly, but I mean, in terms of general, because also we're a big milk producer, and we milk products is a big thing. So I mean, a lot of these things, and of course everybody cans as well. The veg since they have the one growing season, everybody grows something, and then they try to can things for when the fall and winter period comes, whether they pickle or whether they do different
kinds of. Now, the other thing I would like to know is on industrialization. I don't know what industries there are in Estonia. Is there something we can learn from you, or is there something you are learning from us?
So we're again the economy is very much a service-based economy, and what we have in terms of exports to Africa is also services. So our big players, Bolt and Wise and these types of unicorns, but also IT services. So I think that's why we see Kenya as a good partner, where Estonian companies can partner with Kenyan companies to not only to export to Europe but also the neighbors. So if you have a good solution that an Estonian company and Kenyan company has made work, then why not sell it to the neighbor? Why not? I mean, the East African community, the goal, at least in my understanding, is to make a single market like we have in the European Union.
Yeah.
I was in Rwanda from 2011 to 2015. One truck to make the trip from Kigali to Mombasa to the port, 16 checkpoints.
Yeah.
And each checkpoint obviously required a cash payment. And the colleagues from Trademark Africa have been working very hard on that. And I understand it's down to 4 checkpoints now. So I mean, these types of things of reducing the barriers for the trade amongst not only African countries in a wide context, but also in the region, is exactly what made Estonia successful.
Okay.
We sell over 70% of our trade is with our neighbors. Our biggest trading partners are Finland and Sweden to the north, and Latvia to the south, and I think that's the best opportunity for Africa.
Yeah.
In terms of what we learned from here is we see ourselves also starting to get into legacy. We're starting to get, it's been almost 35 years since we restored our independence, and we are here to learn what are the solutions.
Yes.
Because what is interesting about Estonia, we are open to using any solution from anywhere.
Yeah.
The ID card that we have in Estonia is actually Finnish. The Finns started to use it, but they didn't make it mandatory for everyone.
Yes.
We made it mandatory for everyone, and then everybody started using it because everything was connected to that ID card, the chip reader to identify yourself. So we're technology, agnostic. We don't have to. It doesn't have to be an Estonian solution. We're happy to learn from something that worked really well in Africa and bring it back home and make it, and make our little bit of changes, based on our system and make it work.
What is unique about this idea? I'm curious now that you've mentioned it.
So as CT said before, we have a unique ID for everyone.
Okay.
So my name is 37805150074. And everybody knows it because you have to use it for every transaction.
Okay.
And I mean, I'm giving you the number here because you can't do anything with it.
All right.
And what we have is we have 3 ways of identifying ourselves. So the old technology is the ID card with a chip, and you put it into the chip reader, connecting it to your computer, and then you put in it has no information on the chip.
Right.
It pings the center, saying, yes, this is Daniel asking for access. You put in your codes, and then it pings back, for example, to the bank and saying the bank, you can open your doors now because this is Daniel wanting to access. And so it's just allowing access to anybody who's using this. I mean, it can be any site that you're registering on, and it also makes the payment process. So we don't have M-Pesa. There was a gentleman who reached out to me on LinkedIn and said, "Oh, I really want to bring M-Pesa to Estonia. I really want to bring it." I said, "Well, our banks are all M-Pesa."
Yeah.
So I mean, I go to a website. And they ask, and the website asks me immediately, how do I want to pay?
Yes.
And it's gone further. You can do Apple Pay and things like that.
Right.
But it's all linked to my bank account. So when I click on Apple Pay, it still goes to my bank. I have to identify myself to the bank and put in my code. But the payment's done instantly after that.
Yes.
Now the 2 new technologies are, one is using your SIM card. So the SIM card in Estonia is basically like a legal document as well.
Yes.
So it's been fully investigated. It's linked to this number that I gave you.
Yes.
And so it's personalized. And you can also, after getting the SIM card, you can register to make it also signing and identification additional services.
Right.
And the newest solution is an app. And the app does exactly the same thing.
Okay.
Why the app is easier is because your SIM card might not work when you go to another country.
Right.
But this
the
app
will.
works if you have internet. And what I wanted to say, you were talking a little bit about the countryside here about internet access.
Yes.
Remember in the 1990s when we started, it was dial-up.
Yes, it was dial-up.
And we had dial-up in Estonia. And we created an e-government with e-services using dial-up.
Dial-up, yeah.
So I speak a lot to Africa. My message is you have a lot of internet here. You have a lot. Yes, you might have to go to the access point. You might have to go somewhere else. You might not have it in your home. But you have a lot of internet in Africa.
I agree, yeah.
The question is, what do you do with it? what are the services, what are the solutions, what are the opportunities. And I think one of the areas which is very quickly developing, which I also see an opportunity for Africa, because also you're able to lead on this, is culture. How do you monetize music, videos, all of these things?
Yes.
I think it's a big opportunity. I know I've read a lot about how there's the type of Netflix solutions for Africa or for African content and things like that.
Yes.
How to do business with content. And because Africa is the leader, I think, in the world in making this content, then you should also be the leader on how to monetize it and how these people can make a living off of it.
Yeah, it's interesting you've mentioned that. Perhaps it's a conversation that we should pick up specifically with content creators, because they're the ones who create it the most, and of course for the consumers, and how it can conveniently reach them, as they also help the content creators make money out of it. I was also reading up on how Estonia manages its waste, from the textile industry and just other kinds of waste coming from the citizens. And one of the things that I saw is that you convert a lot of your waste into raw materials. In Kenya specifically, in Nairobi, because I'm a resident here, we really have a problem with just processing our waste. How have you achieved?
We dump our waste.
Yes, we do.
Please, yes.
How do you deal with? How have you managed, to deal with waste in the way that you do in Estonia?
Well, we have the full recycling system and things like that. But I think to link it to what we've been talking about here about digitalization, is that our environmental agency uses digital, and they did I don't remember the exact numbers.
Yes.
But if they said basically if the bin or the collection site is more than 500 meters from the housing or the wherever the person domiciles at, the amount of recycling or bringing the whatever the items are drops by 30% after it's further than 500 meters from the house.
Okay. Why is that?
Because people think it's too far to go, or too far to take it. So I mean, 500 is probably not far, but just that's a statistic shows what you can use by using data, and so I mean, obviously from that means that you have to try and distribute as much as possible all of these bins, and that you're able to collect them.
Yeah.
But one of the other things that we do is that we have an energy plant that burns the garbage and converts it into
raw material.
Into energy.
Oh,
so either heating the water, things like that.
Is that garbage segregated?
Yes, it should be. So
you have the organics, the recyclables, and then now the ones that just need to burn.
Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, it has the filters and all of these things, meeting all of the standards in the stacks and things like that. And then the last one, of course, is the as you were mentioning about the textiles.
Yes.
So there's a project here together with the Kenyans, where there's an Estonian designer, I guess you could call her, and she scales clothing. So she uses them, to cut into pieces to make the designs and to reuse them. And I think that's something that in Estonia is also very popular.
Yes.
An Estonian startup is actually larger in South Africa and Kenya than it is in Estonia. It's called Yaga, YAGA.
Okay.
And it's a platform to sell your secondhand items, clothing. I think it's much loved items is what they call it.
Yes.
And they just did a big funding round. I think they got something like 5 or 10 million in funding. H&M, the clothing store, also funded them. And basically what it is, so in Estonia, we have the full system of these mailboxes. So you just go to the mailbox, you put your bag or whatever into the mailbox.
Yes.
And it's sent to whoever in the other end of the country who wants to receive this very, very, very decent price. And so what they do, they have the same way that they insure all of the logistics. So basically, you have this shirt that you want to sell. Somebody in Mombasa wants to buy it. You go take it to a certain place here in Nairobi.
Yes.
And then it gets taken to Mombasa, and they're able to pick it up from the site. And not only is it good for the environment, but it's also creates some not really income, but you have money invested into that clothing. If you're buying quality clothing, you're no longer wearing it, maybe it doesn't fit, or maybe you bought the wrong thing and you weren't able to return it. Well, now you have an opportunity to use that and get that money back, which goes again back into the economy.
There's something you mentioned regarding logistics. The program that you said Estonia was working together with what you're looking at was transportation from Rwanda to Kenya. Okay. There's a zone called the Africa Free Trade Area.
Yes.
The biggest hindrance is cost of logistics.
Yes.
How does technology, specifically digital technology, assist in ensuring that these prohibitive costs are actually reduced?
No, I mean that's a very good and valid question. We have all of these corridors here in Africa that we're building very quickly, and together with the EU, we're looking to see how we can support it. But I think one of the areas is these one-stop shops. So we have an Estonian company called Go Swift who has been here as well. They do border queuing or port queuing. So again, same as when you're going to the police to apply for or to pick up your identity card, the same way they have a queuing system for vehicles. So when you have that big truck coming, it doesn't have to wait in a queue for kilometers or for hours. They know exactly what time they have to be at the border. They know exactly what time they have to arrive at the port. And they're able to manage all of those systems, because what Estonians are good at, we're not so big into the infrastructure, building the actual machines that are going to lift the container onto the ship or anything like that. No, but we're how to make it more efficient process of getting these things up. So in addition to having that slot, your information is also the driver's name, his or her phone number, identity. Also, all of the invoices are all connected to that application for that time slot, which is also given access to the border control to already look at that before the truck even arrives to the queue. So the computer has already said that CT he has a clean slate because we don't see anything linked to his personnel, linked to his identity. The product that they're carrying is not a high risk thing, so we should be able to have a quick slot. We don't need a longer slot to look into it. And we know the company's been exporting for X amount of years. So again, it's data. In Estonia, everything's transparent. You can go on to the business registry. You can type in the name of the company, and you will find out, one, is it still active? Is that the correct name? Does it exist? Two, you will find out who are the owners, the actual beneficiaries.
Yes.
And you will also find out who has signing authority, who is if you have the CEO or something like that, you will get the information.
All right.
As well as the declarations, the income statements and the financials for the last years. It's not 100% mandatory, but for the tax purposes, all of these, for the bigger ones, all have it. So you have all of this that you guys can go there. I don't have to share the information.
Right.
You can go there right now and you can see what the companies are doing.
All right.
So the information is always moving, and when you have, the more information you have, the easier it is for you to reduce these costs from time, from filling documents, from applying for things, and that's often where the bottlenecks come up in logistics.
Your Excellency, we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much for making time to be here with us. That lovely bow tie, where can I get it?
From Estonia. It's an
I have to go
Estonian
to
company.
Estonia.
Well, we can always have a discussion.
Arrange it brought here.
Yes.
All right. We'll definitely see how.
We have to work on the logistics.
I'm sure we can work out something. But thank you so much for coming. And we invite you because there's so much. Someone is asking how they can become a citizen of Estonia. So perhaps when you come back, we'll talk about more on the e-residency and perhaps even on a physical residency. Yeah?
Sounds good.
Karibu tena sana.
Asante.
We are taking a short break. Winnie Maganga coming through the news. And in the next hour, we are hosting Patrick Silili Adolwa. He's a planner and urban specialist. We're still talking about our preparedness as far as being a giant on the international scene is concerned. Are we going to Singapore or are we changing direction to now go to Estonia?
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Health collects daily data to spot and prevent disease outbreaks across the country. From border points to local communities, surveillance helps guide preparedness and quick response. Public Health PS Mary Modhoni says acting early is crucial to controlling health risks. The system now combines the disease monitoring with environmental and food safety checks, while trained border staff and upgraded health facilities help contain potential outbreaks.
Let me talk about surveillance. This data that is given from every corner of the country, from Turkana, just like security system. We get information on a daily basis. This is what happened yesterday. These are the people who had poisoning yesterday. And this is what was taken. And the issue is controlled. Now, when we also get the signs around weather, hunger, we also have that from the Ministry of Environment. And we are able to tell at this particular time, if we are told there's a lot of rainfall, then we are likely to have waterborne diseases. We are likely to have foodborne diseases. We are likely to have destruction of structure.
Health services at Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital in Nairobi are on the brink of collapse, with interns now handling most patients following an ongoing standoff involving clinical officers and county doctors. The dispute has disrupted operations across the facility, leaving about 75% of health services paralyzed and severely affecting patient care. Here's the KUSO Secretary General George Gibore.
All public facilities currently are minimally operating, actually closed down. Nothing is happening. A facility behind us on a daily basis, when it is functioning normally, sees more than 3,000 patients. We have checked. The patients who are being attended here, even by the interns and the students, are less than 300. So where are the other 2,700 patients? And that is a replica of other facilities that are purporting to be working, and we know very well that they are not working.
Residents of Transmara South and Narok County are calling on the government to lift last month's dusk to dawn curfew. They say the curfew now risks hurting their livelihoods, even though the area has returned to calm. Ethnic clashes between communities in the area have left several people dead and property destroyed over several months.
Tumeomba kwa sababu ya kadhiu iweze kuondolewa, na ninaona amani itadumu kwa sababu hawa watu tuseme Wamasai na Wakipsigis ni watu ambao wamechangamana kwa sehemu kubwa.
Amani ndio nguzo, kwa sababu hapo ndio tunapata watoto waende shule, biashara iweze kurudi normal, na tuweze kupata kwamba wakulima waanze kufanya kazi yao.
Curfew imekuwa nzuri, at least tumeachieve objective, about 80% of our objective.
3 Palestinian journalists have been killed in an Israeli strike in central Gaza. First responders say Gaza's Hamas-run civil defense agency said their car was hit in the Al-Zahra area and named them as Mohammed Salah, Anas Ghanem, and Abdul Rauf. They are understood to have been working for an Egyptian relief organization. The Israeli military said it struck several suspects who operated a drone affiliated with Hamas. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
When leaders speak, can you listen?
The system or intelligence, they are very clever. You can be balanced in one way or the other without knowing they are balancing you.
And every morning they speak here on the People's Breakfast.
It cannot be that we will only be the leaders of this revolution when we come to the media stations. But then when people die, we do not say that we are the ones who sent them there.
Don't miss the People's Breakfast tomorrow morning on Radio Generation 88.8 Nairobi. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. Big shout out to everyone who's tuning in. And of course for the folks who are texting in. David Chumo kwa mfano alikuwa anauliza Linda Jamii is not free as they say. And then the other one is Mohammed Murunga. Does the ministry have an inspectorate department that conducts regular checks on the health facilities, both private and public? Yeah. Nani PS alisema yes, they have people who.
That's the work of the KMPDC.
Yes.
The body that actually licenses. Mm-hmm. Yes. They are the ones who actually inspect, determine whether you have what it takes to be licensed for a certain level of care.
The KPMDC siko under.
It is
the State Department for Public Health.
It's an agency.
And standards.
Yes.
Yeah. So yes, the ministry has those checks they conduct regularly. From what he has said. Now on the ground tunataka mtuambia kama it is actually happening. And then Onyango K. Odinga saying are they the owners of Huduma number? It sounds the same. E-residence and Huduma number mean the same according to my understanding. Well, Onyango no. Huduma number na e-residence is only very very different numbers, because Huduma number is more of an ID. E-residence is more of a status. So they're different, definitely. Life with Tamara Blessing. What does it take to become a citizen? Well, Tamara, I believe there's a process which includes you having to be in the country and you having to demonstrate that you can be a citizen of that country. Then, of course, like with every other country, I'm sure. Oyongo anasema, is there corruption in that country? Everything seems digitized. Lazima kuwe na corruption mahali bwana. He might not admit it, or we didn't get a chance to ask him, but even if he doesn't admit it, hawezi kwanza
tungeanza by asking wako na polisi. Ungeambiwa wako na polisi.
Kwa sababu kuna polisi ni kumaanisha kuna wahalifu.
Yes.
Haya, sawa. Wacha tuzingatie kilichotuleta hapa katika saa hili letu la mwisho. We do have our guest Patrick Silili. He's a planner and urban specialist. And the last time he was here, we spoke about Singapore. But I want to probably just tweak this conversation a bit before we get to what exactly we want to talk about today. First of all, Patrick, good morning. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you
for
having me.
We were just hosting the ambassador of Estonia to Kenya. And he painted a very good picture of that country. And I was thinking, why are we so focused on Estonia and we have other options such as, why are we focused on Singapore, yet we have other options such as Estonia, which we can actually direct our energies towards and learn a lot more from them as well.
Well, good morning, Muga.
Morning, Patrick.
Kenya has for a while been preoccupied with development models from other societies. And Singapore has particularly, amongst others, been one of those models that Kenya has chosen to, emulate. And many of us have been to Singapore to benchmark what we could do here. And I am privileged to say that I have been to Singapore.
Yes.
Particularly to the planning and transport department. And to other countries like Korea, Japan, because of the great success of the tigers of Asia, the Asian tigers.
Yes.
And perhaps it has something to do with our attempt not to look European.
Yes.
We have our own battles to fight with Europeans over colonialism. And so any other model might appeal to us more than a European model.
Yes.
And that's just my explanation. I don't think it applies to everybody, but the Asian tigers are a good place to go when you want to see how countries in post-colonial dispensation have changed their fortunes. Yes.
Okay. Let's get back to today's conversation, which is, rather let's embark on it. Nairobi's historical transport challenges versus AFCON preparedness. There is a journalist who, after the end of, last year's AFCON, which ended a couple of days ago, he said, and I'm having trouble just pronouncing his name, but what the journalist said is that East Africa is not ready to host AFCON.
The journalist from Cote d'Ivoire.
Yes. Shida ni hiyo aki siwezi sema.
Mamadou.
It's Mamadou.
Do not worry about his name.
Yeah. But I know he's a journalist.
It's so much what he said.
Has he looked closely at his own country?
Now, Mamadou, in a whatever, he said in a conference, he said that East Africa really isn't ready to host because and he's touched specifically on our infrastructure as far as our transport system is concerned. And of course, there was a lot of uproar from East Africans saying, what do you mean?
It's not what he said, it's how he said it.
He was condescending.
Yes, and disparaging. And I was thinking to myself, this is an international forum where you are speaking. And clearly from the way you were speaking, he was uninformed. I don't think he has actually visited East Africa. And if he has, he has to tell us where he went. Because everything that he was saying about East Africa, if you live here, was wrong.
You're a resident of East Africa. Are we prepared to host AFCON?
For once, it's very difficult to disagree with the city, but for once, I think sometimes patriotism is useful, but I think objectivity is much more important, particularly when you're looking at global competitiveness. Mamadou overreached himself, but is it that what he said was
false?
Patently false.
It was completely not true.
Well, I think you are trying to get me to say something. You're inciting me.
I am inciting
more ways than one.
Yes, I am, because
I'm not falling for the ruse because I think I listened to Mamadou and he had a lot of things to say which were actually factual.
All right.
And his departure point was that this is not the first time we're failing to perform to the schedule for AFCON or CHAN. And I think on that he was spot on. So for us to try and push back using anything rather than facts, historical facts, is also disingenuous because we failed to honor a schedule. We had the schedule. We were given an extra year to be able to perform, and that is a historical fact. So if that is something to go by, we need to think seriously about how prepared we are, and I think that that's the debate.
Had he stuck to the facts, I would have had nothing to say.
But you're entitled to your opinion too.
This isn't an opinion. He was making blanket statements about the region, okay? If he was talking about AFCON, the administrative aspects, the preparedness, I would have had nothing to say because I live here, I witnessed, I read everything that was going on. But he went further and started talking about our road infrastructure, logistics, okay? Now I was thinking, this guy has now moved from discussing AFCON, He's now discussing our economy. And I said, in my mind, I said, this guy is perhaps should have taken a little more time to read and understand that what he saw was a consequence. The lack of preparedness was a manifestation of a problem that existed, and he was attaching it to what, in my opinion, was not the problem.
Yes, but he also raised questions which we need to raise ourselves about our preparedness to do things, our preparedness to use opportunities to build global competitiveness. When I was last here, we spoke about the need for Nairobi to become a hub. There are a lot of people who use phrases like Nairobi must work, lazima ita work. And it's not in the saying, but it is in the strategy that you put to work for you to make places competitive. And given the current state of transport, I think there is a lot more that we could do compared to Morocco, because there was a comparison with Morocco on this one. And I think I wouldn't want to be patriotic on this. I would like to be a little envious about what they have achieved and what we could borrow from them. In fact, on this one, perhaps we should go to Morocco rather than to Singapore.
But how am I being patriotic?
You're being patriotic because I have seen responses from many people, and they think that the objective for preparing, for having transport, is either for aesthetics, or it's for legacy, or it's for... And so when a young person, comes up and says, you don't know what is in our country, you don't know we have got beautiful roads and all that. But the reason why we have transportation is to serve economic objectives rather than aesthetic objectives. And it is for our global competitiveness, it is for efficiency, it's to enable activities that are in space, and so on and so forth. Transport is an enabler. Transport is not aesthetics, and it is not imaging. And some of the arguments that you listen to, it's like transport is one of those things you do to make a point, and it is to that extent CT that I think that I would like to depart from the rest of the respondents to Mamadou.
There's someone who was comparing the World Cup that was held in Qatar, and they said in them looking at how Qatar handled the World Cup, for example, someone was saying the way their transport was well organized. They had these high-speed trains that could transport fans from one stadium to another, in record time. There were buses that were ready to ferry fans from the stadium to their hotel rooms and so on and so forth. And I was asking myself, okay, that's actually an interesting scenario, because when I look at how we handled Chan here last year, we had to close sections of the roads because people were moving to the stadium to watch
Is CT listening to you?
I hope he is.
I am listening to him.
So we had to close sections because, when I leave the office here heading towards home, I passed through Nyayo Stadium, and I witnessed that closure of the road, and sometimes we'd be redirected to different routes so that they can accommodate the traffic towards Nyayo Stadium.
Correct.
And I don't know if that happened in Kasarani or rather on Thika Road, but I was like, okay, maybe we do have a point there as far as our organization is concerned. Are we able to move people from this point to the next, fans, and can we actually even handle the number of fans that would want to come in here in terms of our hotels, in terms of our facilities, amenities, and other infrastructure that they need? And if you think about it, perhaps there needs to be questions as far as that is concerned.
Well, transport is inexorably linked to land use. In any planning school, they tell you that the first lesson in planning is transportation land use. And if somebody imagines that transport can exist outside of transport can exist outside of land use, that person doesn't know what they're talking about. Because land use is nothing. When I say land use, I'm talking about the spread of activities throughout an urban system. You know, whatever else you see, all those plots, activities that you see as roads, as factories, as schools and what are land use activities. And their connectivity is the transport. So you cannot, in the first instance, create land use activities without linking them up with a transport system. It's like blood circulation in the body, to its organs, to the heart, to the liver, to the kidneys, to the lungs, and so on and so forth. So that's very, very important. But sometimes those of us in policy fail to make the connection around how important transportation is to enabling those activities. And let me tell you, a cardiologist will tell you that if any one of those organs are not properly served by blood, they will collapse. They will give you one disease or another. I know in the last hour you've been talking about disease, and Muga likes to talk about diseases. You know, I know where he's coming from.
Right.
So I think we need to connect, we need to compare the land use transport system to the body and its circulatory system. And you will understand how important it is that every strategic organ of the body actually receives the amount of blood that it requires. If your head doesn't get oxygen, you snuff out.
Yeah.
If your liver doesn't have supply, if your whatever, then you're in serious trouble. So that is how important the transportation system is to an urban system. But it's often treated in a very casual way. But when you want to make a country, a city, globally competitive, then you must sort out its transport problems. And particularly a city with 5 million people, the size of a country, Nairobi has to transport a huge number of people, more than 3 million people every day. How do you transport 3 million people if you do not...
In and out, yes.
In and out. Early in the morning from 3 a.m.
3 million.
From 3 a.m. to about 9 o'clock.
Yes, people are just streaming in.
There's millions of people, not just from Nairobi, also from Migori, from Isibania, from Elwak, because there are those who come in from outside of, coming on the night bus to come to the capital. And there are those who are coming from the metropolitan area, and there are those who are just within the intercity
And there are those coming in
transport.
by plane.
Not to mention those. So it's a huge movement. It's a huge motion. If you were to simulate it, people would be completely shocked.
Yeah.
But there isn't an adequate response corresponding to that. Sometimes, yes, in policy they make the plans, they make their wishful thoughts, but there isn't a corresponding budgetary allocation, and a professional arrangement, a technical arrangement that can deal with this. I mean, in Singapore, they actually had that taken care of as a specific function. This is why I have this. You may want to look at it, because this is... I got that book when I went to Singapore 20 years ago, and I still have it.
It's written Keeping Singapore on the Move.
Keeping Singapore on the move. You cannot keep Nairobi on the move unless you have a team dedicated on a day-to-day basis monitoring the movement and taking lessons off every single day's movements and making amends.
Let me hear you right. You're saying
that
a city like Nairobi, there needs to be a transport hub where there are people who are dedicated
absolutely
to nothing else.
Nairobi Transport Department must be one of the most serious departments you can have. It's like an air traffic controller manning the space with a radar. Whenever they look at air transport, they have to work with international standards. If they don't, then you will not have planes coming here. If that standard were to be applied to transport in a city, then you would be thinking a little bit more strategically about what needs to be done. Yes.
Are we saying, therefore, that what you've just mentioned is something that we haven't had in our planning, or we haven't considered, or we have considered it, but it has never gone beyond the planning?
We look at it superficially.
Meaning we talk about it.
We talk about it. We go benchmarking. We suffer our own personal indignities when we come back because we know what the gap is. And then we quickly say, okay, who's going to take me seriously if I propose that there needs to be a transport? And they'll tell you we have a transport department, but it's a works department which repairs potholes. It's not a transport department that has a system that I have described.
There's something that I saw on the weekend. It is strange. You can actually live for some time in a place, and it's like you need to leave the place to come back to actually see. This is Kisumu City. I was looking at it through the eyes of a friend of mine with whom we had gone to bury a classmate, and he was in awe of the city.
In awe of Kisumu City?
Yes, he was. First of all, just the cleanliness, then the space, the road, pathway for people to walk, even a space for people if you have cycles, and then there's where the vehicles pass. Actually, when we left the city and just moved to Milimani, again, as I said, you look at something and realize, but this was all there all along, I just didn't take note of it.
Yes.
What qualifies as being the road reserve? It is huge and tampered with. And you suddenly realize, wait a moment. With this space, there's a lot that one can do. Now, that, as you're speaking, is what came to mind. Because I now started looking at it and I was saying, okay, this place is very orderly. Okay. I come back to the city and I look at what the picture you've painted of the number of people who need to come into town. Some walk within the town from wherever they live and so forth. But many of them board some form of transportation.
Yes.
Now, when you have a major event, like say AFCON, citizens from other parts of the world plus their fans descend here.
I think Muga, you have sort of gone ahead of yourself. When you have a football match at Ulinzi Sports Center on Langata Road.
So Langata Road, yes.
A simple event like that causes a lot of problems.
My friend.
When you have a football match at Nyayo Stadium or a school event at Sunshine High School, you have a lot of problems on Langata Road. You just tell me, in normal circumstances, we are not talking about having a NAFCON at the moment. We are talking about just normal, everyday events.
I think your example is an infinitely better one. Indeed, I had gone ahead of myself. Let's look at something practical like Langata Road. Okay?
Yeah.
Nyayo Stadium is at the bottom of it. This is Ngong Road. It doesn't matter. But if we were to factor in transport and transportation in a manner that would meet the needs of the city, because there are people coming from Ongata, Rangai and Kajiado, there are people coming from the Chacos area, there are people coming from Thika, Oranga area. They're all coming into the city at some point and then leaving. What is it that would be done to a road network in terms of just the physical capacity of the road? What else needs to be there beyond these noisy matatus transporting people? And how exactly should the thinking be in terms of ensuring that you transport these people as effectively, efficiently as possible, and to avoid the jams that occurs on these roads whenever people are moving from point A to point B?
But I want to go back because I am concerned about how people define transport, because if we define the objectives of transportation, then people may be able to understand what Muga is saying, because when you talk about transport, engineers have a way of looking at it.
Yes.
Even though everybody thinks that transportation is the preserve of engineers, that is completely false. I mean, everybody has a space. Economists have space. There's policymakers, there are town planners, there are environmentalists, and of course, much more importantly, the users. So transportation is an enabler, you know? You build it in the system to enable, transportation
Whose
of goods.
function and role is it to ensure
to transport goods and services?
Yes. Who has the mandate to ensure that this mix that you're talking about actually works?
But there are transport authorities. The Constitution creates them very clearly, gives them very clear mandates, whether they're Kura or Kera or Kenha. I don't think it is in dispute. But whether these things are properly coordinated and properly resourced is the question. And if people actually really understand what their role is another issue, because sometimes you can be a transport agency, but you think all you have to do is just the engineering. There's much more to transportation than many people think.
But Patrick, if you're talking about, say, resourcing, is thinking a factor of resourcing, or is resourcing a factor of thinking?
Resourcing is a factor of thinking.
Exactly,
you have to think fast.
Yes, but how do we practicalize it? Because whenever we talk about resourcing or the inadequacy of it, it's like that is what determines how we go about the planning and the thinking.
So, if you want to make Nairobi competitive globally, and if you want to get investors to Kenya, and if you want to improve your revenues as a country should, then you have to do some minimum preparedness to be able to attract people. So when people know that you do not have proper transport, Nairobi, for crying out loud, has a rudimentary transport system. I don't even want to speak about it.
Rudimentary, what do you mean?
It just has the basics.
No.
For a city,
3D.
For a city that craves to be globally competitive, any person visiting Kenya would be struck at the lack of public transport. And public transport is something you see. It's not something that you look for.
Patrick, what is public transport?
Now you're taking me into academic discussion.
No, yes, I need
I don't want
us to be, when we say public transport, we need to be on the same. We need to be talking about the same thing.
So public transport is a little bit more than matatu. Public transport is a system of transporting goods and services that is properly designed, conceptualized and designed, that is based on moving, particularly in big cities, moving people efficiently, quickly and in timely fashion, and public transport is a transport system that is predictable, that if I want to go on a trip, I know that then the next public bus is going to be at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. And we're talking about things that Muga and I have experienced in the 70s and 80s. So it is not as if we didn't have public transport complete with timetables and schedules and
routes mapped out
and
well.
Routes properly identified and mapped and defined. So I think that's my definition of public transport without being academic, and that doesn't exist. And yet in the 70s and 80s we did have a transport system and collapsed in the 90s, and no efforts. Or some efforts have been made, but they haven't borne fruit. We had Kenya Bus, and then we had Stagecoach, and then we had attempts by National Youth Service, by national government.
Stagecoach was UK, right?
Stagecoach was UK.
Okay.
So those were instances or attempts at public transport that is properly designed, conceptualized, designed, and managed. And we haven't had such arrangements for a good part of 3 decades, and that's appalling, if you ask me.
If our transport system theoretically were to have evolved from what you just described, what else would we have seen? Because the buses were there. We know they were there. There were buses in Mombasa. We're talking about the big town. There were even buses in Kisumu.
Yes,
Nairobi,
but it's the software.
Buses.
But it's the software. For me, Kenya's problem is a software problem. It's not our inability to have
Please explain.
Physical roads or to have rolling stock in terms of buses and so on and so forth. Those in the past we did, but the software I'm talking about is a mindset. It's a culture. And our inability to allow Nairobi to function around its specializations makes it even more difficult for Nairobi to be globally competitive, because when we are a capital city and we also want to host pedestrian, local, low-level activities, then we we also defeat our own aspirations to be globally competitive, because we can promote all these other activities in secondary towns elsewhere. And again, we go back to an old, place we've been. We talked about devolution and the need to build secondary cities like Kisumu, Mombasa, Nyeri, whatever, and make sure that things that shouldn't happen in Nairobi are, by policy, allowed to flourish in those places. Nairobi can be the hub that it is supposed to be. And you cannot boast of hub status if you do not have just a simple public transport system that is predictable, clean, and to global standards.
There's a comment here I'd like to read for us, and it is by Pare Wandolo. Kenya has challenges unique to itself. The basics first. Kids need to stop learning under trees and ensure access to healthcare, food security, water, and sanitation. We need to move past the Singapore in quotes. But then he goes on to say, we need a light rail system connecting peri-urban areas and converging into the CBD, plus high-speed rail links from the counties, allowing residents to live in e.g. Kisumu and commuting to work in Nairobi. And that would be such a beautiful thing to see. Imagine if we had a high-speed train coming from even, say, Turkana, something that can get to Nairobi in an hour. That would actually be awesome, because we'd have people living in Turkana instead of having to congest ourselves in Nairobi and its environs. Live in Turkana, affordable housing in Turkana, and every morning come to work in Nairobi, and every evening having dinner with our families in Turkana. Is that something we can achieve in our lifetime?
Yani umefikiria maana ni Turkana ndio mbali, si ndio?
Ndio nimefikiria that is, see, Turkana is like what, 700 kilometers from here?
From where?
From Nairobi. Yeah? Or even more, it could be more.
I think the young man, perhaps he's young, he has a point.
Yes.
Basically, my take is that he speaks to the technology that is available to change the dynamics. There is nothing that you cannot use. A lot of the things that we do in this country are imported. We can import those that have impact for us, for instance. Even when you hear the stories about what the next train to Kisumu is going to be, running at 120 kilometers an hour, you feel that even the choice of technology is it leaves a lot to be desired. Why in the 21st century would you be building a new railway to run at 120 kilometers an hour? It
needs to be 300 and above?
It's mind-boggling. So the point really is you can improve.
120
Are you saying that 120 is a lot, Patrick?
No, it's
not.
Very slow.
Okay.
Very slow. Yeah. And a lot of people would actually prefer to commute if they could come to Nairobi in an hour and go back in an hour. Actually, people coming from Rongai, just outside here,
take almost 2 hours.
2 hours, sometimes 3 hours.
Yeah.
So living in Nakuru, if you have a good commuter train, is
an ideal situation.
It's no brainer. I mean, there are people who would make choices. People would be spoiled for choices where to live, and they don't have to live in Nairobi.
Yeah.
But the difference is our choice of technology.
I would imagine having this same station, Radio Generation, in Turkana, and we go to Turkana, broadcast.
Bro, Turkana.
Nimeipenda sana. Go to
He's
Turkana.
Obsessed with Turkana.
Beautiful people in Turkana. But you get it. I mean, imagine having to work in Turkana and then come into...
All right, bro. Choose another destination where one can live.
I still insist Turkana. What do you have against the people of Turkana?
I
do not have... Have you been to Turkana?
No, I have not.
It is a beautiful place. I have.
Exactly.
And not once.
Yes.
So I know the place quite
because people are used to saying Mombasa, Kisumu, but I wanted to choose it because of the distance.
Yeah, I would have chosen Moyale.
Okay, so imagine going to Mandera every single morning and coming back. That would be awesome.
There are people who actually do that.
Yes.
But they fly there. Believe me, they do. Because there are scheduled flights every day that actually take them there. See, planes are transport, but they are actually not modes of mass transportation.
So, in 2014, I had the privilege to go to the Transport Institute at Korea, Seoul, South Korea. And I suspect that the reason the Koreans invited us was to impress it upon us that we could actually use better technology in our country. And that was in 2014. And they were already doing a train more than 400 kilometers an hour.
Huh?
Yes, they were in 2014.
400 kilometers
Yes, they were. In fact, they told us that they had a better train than what the French call train de grande vitesse, which is the TGR, the TGV. The French at that point had the fastest train.
Yes.
And they were, I think they were speculating, and they were like, why don't you give us a franchise to run a rail system for you guys for 20, 30 years? You know, I mean, that means that we're not out of options.
Yeah.
We can get, you know, partnerships, we can get PPPs, we can get all manner of arrangements. And speaking particularly in the context of an AFCON that is just less than a year away, again, the choices, the policy choices we make will determine whether we will be up to the task that is before us, whether we will be globally competitive, and whether we shall be compared favorably with Morocco and other destinations. And I think the same applies to Uganda and Tanzania, who are co-hosts. So short of looking at the criticism negatively, I think we should see the opportunity that it presents for us to review, to revisit how best to do things when we have the opportunity to do so.
You've spoken of the Koreans, and they were saying that, you know, it could be a great idea if they had been given the opportunity to come and set up a franchise here and run this railway for us.
Well, they actually said as much, but you see, when you're an official, you only listen. You're not the policymaker,
of course.
But you know what the options are, and even if you can't do anything about it, I mean, you may suffer silently at the lack of initiative.
The reason I've asked that is because I'm looking at the possibility of they come and they do it where we are not giving them anything apart from the land on which they built the railway on, right? So so if we give them this land and we tell them, okay, so map out a route, do this railway from point A to point B, and perhaps even get into Tanzania, get into Uganda, try and see how you can circle back and make it an elaborate system. As long as Kenyans, their taxes, and Ugandans and their taxes, and Tanzanian and their taxes are not spending anything.
But aren't we already talking about privatization? What is in contradiction then?
Yeah, so it's actually possible because we're just not doing it.
Absolutely.
We're just not doing it.
It's an opportunity that people need to look at very seriously.
So we can actually have this thing within our lifetime.
What is privatization?
My goodness.
It's currently underway, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay. Another comment here. Pap D saying, ask Patrick about what Samuel Ayani did in urban planning for Nairobi. That is Otiende, Langata, Ngei, Onyonka, New Langata, etc. I don't know if you know who Samuel
No, you
Ayani
are talking
is.
about the National Housing Corporation.
Or it has got nothing to do, but he's asking, ask Patrick about what Samuel Ayani did in urban planning.
Actually, I've taken you back to what the man did. He was then who headed National Housing Corporation. Start there. Yes. And some of these estates that you are talking about were built during his tenure as head of National Housing. Yes.
So help Pap then rephrase that question in a way that Patrick will answer.
He isn't talking about transportation, is he? And I think he digresses there. I think the question ought to be what would be, when you are doing urban development and housing in particular, then what would be the transportation considerations? And I think at the moment, perhaps to paraphrase his question, would be in terms of current housing development, high-rise and so on and so forth, how could transportation be aligned to serve that better? And for me, the answer would be there is something that is called transport-oriented development, which means that if we're going to move high numbers of people efficiently, especially in high-density development, then we've got to align what we call mass transit systems to high-density population areas, and we could redesign spaces or destinations, locations for high density housing, so that they coincide with rapid transit systems, and that's what we should be talking about.
Yeah.
But Otiende Ayan, I think those are historical things that for me, let's look at what we could do to make sure that current high density development benefits from mass transit systems and rail connections and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And that's missing, because if you densify places like Kilimani, then you must promote public transport, which is a way of evacuating people rapidly using public transport systems rather than personal cars. Personal cars are very difficult to use when you have high density places. Then you are likely to choke up the road system. So you need to perhaps rethink away from private cars to mass rapid transit systems.
Okay.
Yes.
Going back to Mamadou, the journalist, is it possible if I was a resident of a resident of Mombasa, if because we are hosting AFCON next year, is it possible to have residents of Mombasa, for example, flying out of Mombasa directly into Uganda, watch a match, then in the evening get back to their homes via flight? Do we have that capacity to fly people in and out of all the cities that are going to be hosting AFCON?
I don't know that we do have this capacity, but again, that's a very interesting dimension.
Yeah.
It's not usual for people to think that to attend a football match you go there by plane.
People go by bus.
Yes, but I can imagine that if you're building Talanta Stadium, or if you're building the conference center on Langata Road, I think what could preoccupy me as a planner is how do we have a railway station in those locations? Are the designs as currently constituted, do they actually include in their layouts a place for a railway station and for rapid evacuation of people in case of emergencies and so on? Are the roads configured in such a manner that you do not have congestion, and that if there is an emergency that there will be exits and so on and so forth? That would preoccupy me more than flying planes, and that's a little far-fetched. I think that's a second tier. The first tier is how do we organize the connectivity to these facilities? That would be the first priority of the city government here, for instance, and perhaps with some priority support from the Ministry of Transport at the national level. And one would like to see activities full throttle towards coinciding with the completion of the conference center and the Talanta Stadium. Expansion of current Langata Road into a dual carriageway would help things. A lot more needs to be done. Perhaps there could be a team seriously dedicated to, helping that transformation happen.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking that is because, when I look at, for example, European football, there's what is called the UEFA Champions League and the Europa League, where different clubs from all these countries will, for example, yesterday we had Bayern Munich playing this team that came from a different country. So that team had to come there, and the fans were in the pitch, in the stadium rather, watching their favorite team play. So I would imagine that those people had to leave their country, come and watch this team in this country. For example, maybe there's a team that left England to go to Germany to watch their favorite team play. And I'm asking myself, how did they get there? They probably used buses. They probably used the train system.
Yes.
Some of them probably even flew.
But I'll tell you, there's seamless connectivity between transport modes. Okay, as we speak, even the commuter train from CBD here, railway station, doesn't land you at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Those are the things that you would be concerned with. That if you come out of a plane at Jomo Kenyatta Airport, you should be able to reach Talanta or Kasarani. Now, tell me if that's true. I think we still have some gaps. I don't know whether we can achieve that in 2 years. But again, we built the expressway in record time. So if we wanted to do something like that, we could.
Yeah.
And instead of having private cars use it, we could use it for light rail, for example. And that's entirely feasible. Yes.
All right. Yeah, that is something we definitely need to look at, because even how we handle our own games here, fans of Gor Mahia sometimes will not be able to travel from Nairobi to Kisumu or vice versa. To watch their favorite game, and that's just an example. We have so many other teams.
They do travel. Those fellows you mentioned.
Gor Mahia are special. AFC are special. But I'm talking about other teams. Remember, you were asking me about Nairobi United. If Nairobi United today were to travel to Mandera or Moyale for that matter, unadhani mafans wangapi wa Nairobi United wataweza kwenda Moyale leo?
That may be a problem.
Yeah.
But consider for a single second, there was this rerouter to Rongai rail that I read about the other day. Before I read it, I didn't even know it existed. But what I liked about what I was reading was that some thought has been put into providing alternate mass transportation processes for the citizens, which brings me to the CBD, which brings me to the other places where we have these dormitory towns. You talk about the areas of Kitengela, going towards Machakos, Thika. The difference that this would make if a deliberate effort was made, because a train carries more people than a bus.
Absolutely. I think that Nairobi is extremely lucky because it has an existing railway, corridor.
Yes, it does.
In very highly densely populated locations. I mean, thinking about Kibra, thinking about Kikuyu, thinking about Ruiru, for example, and places like, if you like, Ruaraka, Kasarani. What are these places that the railway passes through? Buruburu, for example, is Buruburu and Bakassi. Those places have railway corridors.
They have the structure.
But the effort to leverage the existing, corridors is an effort that could be augmented 1,000 times with incredible impact. And I think that opportunity still needs...
it can be exploited.
It can be exploited. If you ask me the extent to which it has been exploited, I think I'm disappointed.
What you're saying applies to even a town like Mombasa. When the subject of transporting things that had come by ship to the hinterland, you actually found that the railway network, the network involves even the process of warehousing it, the process of ensuring that it reaches certain go-downs for storage before transported to other places. There's an intensive network. You'll find something similar in Kisumu. But instead what we have is grass growing on it. If you go as far as Malaba, I'm simply saying, adding to what you're saying, the understanding of mass transportation and what can be done to build on it actually exists. They may be new to include new ones, but just the thought of what this would do in terms of how it would even ease what we know as this vehicle congestion that we have on a daily.
And I tell you, CT, the problem is still software, because Kenya Railways, and I mean, I don't mean to disparage them, I just want to speak to the opportunity they don't see. Kenya Railways are used to being the transporter for goods between across the territory, but the urban transport is something that they struggle with, and that's not their forte. Someone needs to introduce a totally different department in Kenya Railways that deals with urban transport, and it needs totally new mindsets, because changing the way people think and see a facility they have grown around for years is extremely difficult. So if we wanted to do urban transportation, we would need to begin from scratch to bring in new people with new thoughts and yes, they can sit in Kenya Railways, but this would be the urban transport division, and with people who see the opportunity for what it is. And without acquiring new land, for example, Kenya Railways has more than enough real estate around it to facilitate an urban transport system in Nairobi that can make a total makeover to the way transportation works in Nairobi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting perspectives here as far as our transport system is concerned, and urban planning as well. Someone had actually talked about that, it's same pap, saying CT Samuel Ayani was an urban planning ideologue and has written books on the same, despite being director of National Housing Corporation, I think, commingling theory and practice. The urban planners at City Hall researching / publishing. All right, so very long sentence there, almost becoming a question, and I think it was a question at one point. But yes.
No, the question he asked was a valid one, because the contribution of the gentleman he talks about was significant. And we named housing estates after ministers whose docket housing fell under. But he also has an estate named after him. But
which is unusual.
Yes.
I mean,
That's precisely
civil
my point.
servants never get named for anything they do.
They do the work.
They do the work, but
but nobody
they never
ever
get any.
thinks of them.
They never get a mention.
For example, who had something named after them? A civil servant.
Okay, you have Onyonka Estate.
Yes. Or Tiende.
Estate, yes. Just look at what they did.
But they were not civil servants. They were
yes,
politicians.
They were state officers. Yes.
Ngei.
Civil servants are people who work serikali.
Yes.
Ngei was not nobody's civil servant, was he?
Yeah. I mean, I remember Paul Ngei. Yeah.
You see, you talk about the estates. Okay. The point is this. There are people like Ayani who contributed significantly to the housing landscape that you see. And because they had the mind, and at that point in time, there's a certain freedom that was afforded them to do the things that they thought and felt should be done. These things that we're now doing with this affordable housing, National Housing Corporation was doing. It's something that many would not know, but they were doing it then. Yes. We have these structural adjustment programs that the World Bank and their cousins came with to thank for very many problems that then arose later with regards to what it is that could have been built on. Because the idea of what we should do and what we shouldn't do ran very serious interference with anything that we may have called a long-term plan that we had.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Patrick, we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much. As usual, it's a pleasure having these conversations. AFCON, we are hosting it next year. What I want to see is what these 3 East African countries are going to do as far as just ensuring that some of these things that people are saying internationally, tutawaibisha, especially on transportation, because during Chan, that one I saw was a mess. However, we handled it well nonetheless, with very little hitches.
We handled the mess well.
Sorry?
We handled the mess well. You said it was a mess, then you said we handled it.
It was a mess, but we handled the mess well, yes. That's what I meant.
I think we better be seeing them as opportunities to improve our global competitiveness.
For sure.
Every time they come around, we should leverage and also learn lessons from what we haven't done well.
All right.
In that way, we shall be fine.
All right. This is where we come to a close. Rania Abdi and Lady Mathai coming up next. Namwombea CT, hii pepo mbaya ya homa imuondoke. Until tomorrow, it's been real.
This is the Radio Generation News.